Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on in. Hope you're all doing well, having a good weekend, and all of those things. I am getting everything started here. Where did I put? Where did I put IntelliJ at? I guess I didn't put it on the bar. All right. Just got home from spending a lot of money. Yeah, no, I hear that. That is, but it's really cool. It's really cool that you got a new bike and everything going. That's awesome. It's really, really awesome. I feel like everything is ginormous. Although that's probably fine. It's just I hate to jump into this display configuration because every time I go in here, stuff goes crazy. No, it's 100%. It's 100% scale. Okay. I guess it's just because I've got everything scaled up in here. Okay. It must be that. Anyway, it's like everything's suddenly just ginormous on the screen here. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. I apologies on missing the stream last night. I was all ready to go, and then I wanted to try to get some get audio working. You might remember I had there was like a half a second there in the past where I had audio working from this computer through, with KDE through the capture card, and that is not working again. And I thought, well, let me go and see if maybe it's working if I send the audio to the internal speaker and stuff or the headphone jack. It works fine. It does not work over HDMI. If I turn that on over there and I try to do a test here, let's see if this works. No, not a damn thing. And I don't know why that is. So I can't. So the issue is the sound. I cannot get the sound to come through the HDMI DisplayPort cable. It'll play if I choose analog stereo output. It'll be fine. But as soon as I try to send it through the HDMI, it's not having anything to do with it. It just will not. And there's no error or anything. It just doesn't play. It just doesn't get picked up by the capture card here. So well, I've tried that. I tried to restart the sound system and all that stuff, and I've tried disabling and re-enabling on OBS's side, and it's just not. It just doesn't seem to want to work. And I don't know why that is. And so what I did was I was on the LTS version of Kubuntu, the 24.04, and I updated that to the latest and greatest. So I'm on 25.04 now. So I have the latest KDE that is part of Kubuntu anyway. and all that stuff. And I thought maybe that was doing it, and nah, it's still the same issue here. Also look for a device driver for like, yeah, but see, that's the thing that I mean, what device driver do I look for, right? Because it's like, it works under normal circumstances, it just doesn't want to go through the HDMI. You're trying to get out of yeah, no problem, no problem whatsoever. So I mean, that's been my thing here. I don't know why the sound isn't working. So that's why I didn't go live last night. I was kind of trying to figure this out and look for what the device is on the back end hookup. So I just did what did I do? A play minus L. Yeah, I mean, it's Intel stuff, and I know that there's this, someone was saying to update the grub configuration to have additional command line parameters for Intel, but when I looked at the explanation for what that was doing, it didn't seem like it was like it was disabling onboard video for something, and that doesn't seem like that's related to what's going on here. So I didn't do that because it was just like, it didn't seem like it was a correct thing to do there. But yeah, I don't know. And the other thing that's sort of complicating it too is that on the capture card, the capture software in Windows is having a problem starting up. Even though it's working fine, it's working, all the audio is working on all the other connections, it's having a problem actually launching the configuration thing so that I can, like, maybe refresh the configuration and whatnot. So there's a whole other issue there going on too. Linux friend stuff. Well, it's not a big deal right now. I'm not too concerned about it. Like I said, the sound is working on other computers, so I'm just gonna, I'll pop over a little bit later to one of my other computers to play the video that I wanted to sort of react to, that came up. So it is what it is. I'm not too concerned about it right now. It's, at some point I'd like to get it working, but by that point I might even just ditch Kubuntu altogether and go like straight Debian or something like that. I don't know. I'm kind of at that point where I just want to sort of update it a little bit. That being said, I've got most of my new computer parts have come in. So, hey, Prelude Linux, welcome on in. I got most of my computer parts have come in. So I'm going to be building my dual boot gaming rig up. So we'll see what happens there with that, because I'm gonna dual boot Windows 11 and probably try my hand at Arch Linux on that one. Try to set up an Arch Linux gaming rig. We'll see how successful or not I am with that. I found there's some scripts out there that people have put out on GitHub, to just some shell scripts to run various things to kind of get it set up that way. So I may be leaning into that eventually here. But on this machine's just going to be my coding machine. So that's where we're at there. So yeah, I was just having problems just trying to get the sound to work through the digital stereo HDMI output, which in my case it's really a DisplayPort output, but I'm guessing it looks like they just kind of grouped those two things together, and that's not working for me. And they've got, I've tried a whole bunch of things, but they've got like Pipewire on here, and that's all running. If I can find, I think it was control status. Yeah, that's running. I even blew away the WPL stuff, what the wire something, whatever it is, to let it regenerate it, and that didn't help matters too much, or at all, really. So that's kind of where we're at with that. Where's the A play? Yeah, I tried this, and that didn't come through at all either. So, and I checked just for kicks and giggles, I checked the also mixer to make sure nothing is muted, and nothing's muted. So don't know with that. And like I said, I've always had an issue with it. It just worked for like half a second one day, and then never worked again. So no idea what's going on with that. So there we go. And I was looking around online to see what people were coming up with, but the overwhelming answer that I got from people was switch to Cinnamon desktop. It's don't even do KDE, just switch to Cinnamon desktop. I'm like, well, I have a feeling that that's not actually going to work that well. I mean, this doesn't feel like a KDE problem. This feels like something more fundamental than that. Probably maybe something with Wayland or something like that. But I don't know. And I thought maybe, because since I'm running this on a Surface tablet, I thought maybe the Linux Surface patches that I'm using, maybe they had something to deal with the sound. Maybe they had a patch or something, but I don't see anything out there. I don't even see any like bug report for them. And it's what further makes it weird is that it works fine with the internal speaker and the headphone jack. It's just as soon as it tries to send it over the display port, it freaks out. So it's not like it's completely broken. It just won't go through the one spot that I wanted to go through. And it may end up just being that I have to I'll have to like reinstall the software on my streaming box to, because something's up with that too. Like, I don't know why suddenly in Windows 11 it's the drivers for it work. The drivers for the capture cards work, obviously, but they're not like when I try to run the configuration for it and stuff, it says it's not. It can't find something. It's not like the service is not running, but the service is running, and it's just, you know, there's some other kind of issue going on over there. But I know that if I rerun the install, it works for that one moment. It just doesn't work after a reboot. So I can just rerun the install, you know, repair on it, get it running for that one part there, and maybe just check the configuration of the sound coming in through that particular card, and see if maybe something was off there, because the card itself acts as like it acts as a fake monitor, and so it looks like, to the operating system, it just looks like it's another, like you have another monitor connected, which is really good in that it just kind of, you don't have to install any software on the thing you're capturing from. It just kind of looks like a monitor to that. But it also means that you kind of have to, sometimes you have to jump through a little bit of hoops. Like on Windows, I have to jump through a hoop of, like, I have to, in order to get sound through it, I have to do the what's it called, the duplex, and have it kind of send sound not only to the system so I can hear it, but then also send it to the monitor as well. But anyway, like I said, that's not, I don't need that for right now. Just on Linux. The HDMI sound issue is just on Linux, and it's technically DisplayPort, not HDMI, but you know, it's showing up in Linux as HDMI/DisplayPort. So yeah, but I'm capturing on Windows, so my captures, my streaming box is a Windows box, Windows 11. So, and when I look at like OBS, like I have it unmuted, but the bar, like the audio bar, doesn't move at all when I send any kind of sound through it. So it looks like it's just not even picking up any, even like I thought maybe the volume was off or something. It's not even picking anything up through it. So yeah, I don't know if it's I mean, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it's a DisplayPort 2.1 thing or something. I don't know. I mean, I should be. I mean, it works on Windows. The fact that it works on Windows is suspect. Can you switch the system sound output through HDMI and work? So on here it says HDMI DisplayPort. So that's all I have. And that's the one that's not, like, I don't hear anything coming through. But if I switch it to just analog stereo output, I can hear it going off. Right, but as soon as I switch to this, I try to do a test, we should all be hearing it, and we're not, and it's not even a blip on the in OBS even. So, and I thought maybe this, for some reason, it keeps putting me into do not disturb mode. I thought maybe that was having an issue, so I tried coming out of that, and that still was not doing it. So yeah, I don't know. The other thing complicating this is that I've upgraded several times here. Because I originally put on this, I think I was 2204 was originally, the 2204 LTS was what I originally put on this machine. Upgraded that to 2404, which is the next LTS. And then I've just upgraded again to 2504, which is just the normal pathway. So what I've noticed in doing upgrades on Ubuntu systems is that their upgrade path doesn't clear out things like it's supposed to. It tends to leave a lot of crap lying around. So it's entirely possible that there's still some stuff lying around. Like I noticed that Pulse Audio was still lying around, and they say they don't use Pulse Audio anymore in KDE Plasma, the version I'm on. So I removed that because they're now doing Pipewire for everything. But that was still, like, that service was still running at one point. So it's entirely possible that there's just some kind of old crap lying around here that's still running that just never got cleared out by the upgrade. And that's that's one of the annoying parts I've found with, at least with Ubuntu and Kubuntu, is that their upgrade path sucks. It doesn't properly clean out things like it's supposed to. And a lot of times you just kind of have to clear everything off and just do a brand new install, which I could certainly do, but I'm not in the mood. Yeah, analog at least works, yes. So, which is fine for me, but not for you guys, because the analog is not getting piped through the sound capture. Only the DisplayPort is. So, and I don't need the audio that much on here. It would just be nice to have it, especially when I'm doing some game dev stuff, because I would like to, at some point, I'd like to dig into the audio things, and it'd be nice if I could do it on this computer. In a way that I can have it on stream anyway. I mean, obviously I could do it for myself. And I could probably figure out I could probably plug in the headphone jack and have it, and pipe it through one of my my soundboard or something here, and probably have it picked up that way too, but it would be more convenient if it just went through the DisplayPort. All right, so one of the things, so I know we were working on the Vulkan stuff here. I tried looking around for a better Vulkan book, and everywhere I looked, I kept getting redirected to to this one. Um, as far as LWJGL goes, so we're kind of stuck with this. And I know we had gotten all the way down to the end of this, and I was having problems doing the last couple, like doing the last couple things to actually get this whole thing to communicate with itself. Like the last bit of plumbing, and I was getting very frustrated because I still feel like I don't quite grasp everything that I'm trying, everything that's needing to be done here. And it doesn't help that this tutorial feels very scatterbrained. Well, not scatterbrained. That's the wrong word. This tutorial feels very poorly structured from someone who's trying to make something that isn't just a throwaway thing. So, one of the things that helps me out, and I know it's a bit early to be doing this, but one of the things that actually helps me better visualize things is to refactor. And I'm not saying that what's here needs to be refactored, but the act of refactoring tends to help me better parse or better process the code in my own head. And so I was thinking that I was thinking of doing that. I mean, the big problem here is going to be that the refactoring I'm going to do is probably going to make it look uglier and be worse than it actually is right now. But it also may help me actually better understand what I'm looking at. So that's kind of that's kind of where I feel like I'm at right now with this. And one of the things that I'm seeing a lot of in the Vulkan stuff is just a hell of a lot of structures being created. And I kind of want to, whether it makes sense to do it or not, I kind of want to take a lot of that structure creation, like this buffer create info, allocate create info, all this stuff, and just kind of put them all in one spot so that I can kind of see them, which is kind of the antithesis of what you're supposed to do when it comes to object-oriented programming. But at the same time, we're dealing with a library that is not object-oriented. Underlying library that's not object-oriented. You know, this Vulkan stuff feels like it's been written in C. Because of how much it relies on structures and stuff to be built. So I feel like, you know, and what I do here doesn't have to be permanent, but what I feel like is that I should start to move these things over into almost into a header file, even though no such thing exists in Java. It'll be more like the closest analog to it in Java would be a utility class. And I feel like I want to take all these structure creation things and just shove them into a utility class just so I can see them all at a glance, and I can kind of have a slightly better, I'm hoping I'll get a slightly better grasp of what I'm trying to do. Because And it's not that it's going to be easier to see them over in the utility class. It's not. The utility class is going to be just ginormous and ugly. Um, but it will help me to kind of reduce the size of some of these classes, like Vulcan Buffer here, which may allow me to get a better handle on what's actually happening in here, assuming I can come up with good names for things. So I kind of want to do that. It also will force me to look at everything again, and perhaps some of it will start to fire off in my brain a little bit better. We'll see. That's a hard one. What I have noticed I've been reading around and trying to see what other people have run into. It seems like, from what I've read, a lot of people have similar problems when they're learning Vulkan that I am running into, which is there's a lot of boilerplate. There's a lot of just build this structure, build that structure, build this structure, build that structure. And other people have tried to object orient the Vulkan stuff. And there is actually a library out there that I saw that's in Java that actually tries to make Vulkan a little bit easier. And probably it's probably a library I should have been looking at in the first place. Although for me, I wanted to have both OpenGL and Vulkan. That's why I went with the LWJGL. But there's nothing that says I couldn't jump out to that other library and just have it handle a lot of the Vulkan stuff, because they've actually gone through and taken a lot of the boilerplate code and made it more of an API than it currently is. So they've taken a lot of the generic stuff, a lot of the stuff that you don't really you do once and you don't really change, and they've kind of put it under an object-oriented umbrella. It makes it a little bit easier to deal with. But given that I've already gone down this path, it feels like I might as well just stick with it at this point. And I still do want to know how it works under the covers. So I think what we're going to do today a little bit is trying to pull some of this stuff into a utility class, just so I can get a better idea of, in my head, what's going on. We may end up pulling them right back out of the utility class later, but for now, I think I don't know what will help me at this point. So I don't know what will help me better understand this at this point. And so I'm just kind of trying anything that I can think of that may or may not help as far as me figuring out what the hell I'm looking at here. So we'll see. Let's go and... Hey, Abdullah, welcome on in. What libraries? So Vulkan. The Vulkan library right now, I'm using LWJGL, Lightweight Java Game Programming Library. It's got its own hooks into the Vulkan stuff under the covers, along with OpenGL. And I'm just kind of... I've been going through that. They have a book out on GitHub that kind of shows you step by step, relatively speaking, how to get Vulkan working in LWJGL and all that stuff. And I've been going through it for the most part, but I've also been there's a lot here, and I've been kind of struggling to get a good picture of what it is I'm looking at. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now. Is it 3D? Yes. Yes. And I already have an OpenGL version of this. Well, the very beginning of it. Running here. I don't know if this is going to compile or not. No, it's not going to compile right now. But yeah, I have an OpenGL version of this that actually loads up a model and lets me spin it around with the keyboard. It's very, very simple. There's no game there yet. It's just kind of me trying to learn how things work. And so I've been trying to now take that and then do something similar with Vulkan and have both knowledge in OpenGL and Vulkan and try to keep them both going forward so I can sort of, figure out how these things work. Really, this is me trying to learn. I'm not really... I mean, at the end of the day, it would be great to have a game to show for it, but my goal is really to learn this stuff. And if a game comes out of it at the end of the day that's actually fun to play, awesome. I'll release it for free and, it'll be out there. But I right now I'm just trying to basically trying to teach myself, which is it's difficult under normal circumstances. It seems to be even more difficult when it comes to game development, because in Java at least, because a lot of the resources out there are not Java. They're older. They're C or they're C++, or they're just kind of, they were written years ago and they've never been updated and all kinds of stuff. So it's been a challenge from that perspective. Try to figure things out. Doing Vulkan stuff manually is so hard. That's what I've been reading. It seems like, and I kind of feel good that I'm struggling with something that other people have said that they're struggling with, because I've been struggling with trying to model this in an object-oriented way, and a lot of people apparently have been struggling the same way. So the fact that smarter people than me have had problems makes me feel a little bit better. because let's be honest, at the end of the day, I ain't the sharpest tool in the drawer, Like I could write some code, but it's not going to be necessarily the best code you've ever seen in your life. So it's good to know that more talented people than me have also struggled with it in the past. And I get frustrated. I mean, who doesn't, right? But that's how I work. Like, I get frustrated. I bang my head against the wall a couple times. I do stupid things. I try stupid things. And then eventually a light bulb goes off and I start to understand it a little bit better, So that's my goal here, is to just try to, like, I'm going to stumble around. I'm going to do stupid things. Have completely wrong ideas about how something's working. But my hope is that eventually I'll get to the point where I actually do understand it. In some capacity. Not an expert or anything like that, but at least have some understanding of what's going on. right, let's see. Um, what do I want to do here? Yeah, that's what I want to do. That is what I want to do. Okay. So I'm going to move a lot of this. We're just going to go through one class at a time. I'm going to start trying to move some of these structure creation things into this class. And we'll see how bad this gets. Do I know C++? Very little bit. Very little bit. I did it like 20 some odd years ago in college. I delved into C++ just a tiny bit. I was mostly doing C in college. And I didn't get very far in it. So as far as like modern C++, I probably don't know that much. Um, and even as like C goes, it's been so long since I've done anything in C that it would take me a while to get back up to speed, especially with like what header files to use and all that stuff. Yeah. Um, how do I change the style of lines and codes with IntelliJ? Um, so there is a where is it at? Settings and I think it's what is it called? Code. The appearance. Oh, here it is. Code style, and then Java. So it's editor, code style, Java, and then in here you can specify how much blank lines, wrapping, Java doc, indents, all that stuff. As far as the colors go, I think that is in another. I think that's in another category itself. Color scheme. Here we go. Color scheme Java. There you go. So there's your color schemes. And that's under editor, color scheme Java. I have not changed the color scheme. Okay, no problem. No problem. Yeah, I have not changed the color scheme here. What I have changed is the theme. So I am using apparently Copilot Dark theme. What am I using? No, I'm using. Yeah, I'm using Copilot Dark theme, which is not what it was called before. I feel like, but yeah, Darkula is not dark enough for me, but the Copilot Dark theme is. It's got more contrast between the different colors and stuff. And when you highlight something, it doesn't go completely invisible like it does in Darkula for some reason. So yeah, that's what I'm using for all this. So that's where we're at. It's no problem. Yeah, no problem, Supriya. Thanks for stopping by. No problem at all. Um, so yeah. Okay, so what am I looking for here? For each pipeline create. There we go. So Vulkan command buffer. So we got this render pass begin info. VK viewport buffer. Viewport rectangle buffer. Yeah, I think I'll keep those the way they are right now. Should I move those too? I almost feel like I should just move those too. But I might be getting a little bit crazy there doing that. Let's just worry about the structure stuff first. Viewport buffer. Long buffer. Because this is my issue here. Part of me looks at this and goes, all I would really want to do is give it some information and just get the damn ID out of it. Right? And like I'd like to call a method that just does this. I just give it its stuff and it does it and just gives me the ID back. But I'm not really saving anything by doing that other than making this method not be so ginormous. And the other problem is this is not... Like, this is probably only getting called in this one spot and nowhere else. I mean, that's going to be the problem with pulling over the structure creation stuff, is that I'm not really saving anything by moving it into a utility, because it's just like, it's only being called once, probably, anywhere in the system. But, I don't know. Yeah. Let's just do it, and then if I regret it, I regret it. That's all there is to it. The one thing, though, there's a lot of this buffer. I wonder if you're doing a callback. See, this pattern happens a lot. See, the problem, though, is... Well, is that a problem? I wonder if... Because there's nothing that says I have to... Stack from which to allocate. Because all this is doing, right, is it's calling it in, it's just chaining it together. It's calling this method, then it's calling that method, then that method, then that method, then that method, blah, 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 all the way down. Right? So there's nothing that says I couldn't have a utility method that just calls this first line. And I could do it as a generic probably. And then after that, just like call the appropriate things. Is that really helping anything? Not really. No, that's not really doing anything. Because you'd really want just to be able to take care of all this stuff. Not just the one. So like ideally I'd call a method and I just give it the XY height, width, min depth, max depth. I mean, that would be ugly, but theoretically I could make it have, I could make the method take, no. I was going to say I could have the method take a variable arguments, but I still need to know what to call here, what methods to call. So that's not going to, there would be no point in doing that either. Apply, clear value, apply. Okay, so that's applying the value to clear the, okay, clear the screen with. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. Let's do this. If we're going to go all in, let's go all in. If we're going to do it wrong, let's do it all wrong. This. Where's clear value actually used again? Clear value. This whole thing is actually just clearing the screen, right? Viewport buffer, and then scissor. Let me. All right. I'm making a lot of unnecessary classes right now. Viewport utils. Public static final. Here. Oh, I have that turned on. I don't want that turned on. Oh, come on. Why is this on? God damn it. Stop it. How many times do I have to turn this effort off here? Wait, is it this other one? That's back. Oh, why does this keep doing this to me? It's configure. Come on, where's the turn off Copilot bullshit? Disable completions from enable completions. Button 5 click. I did button 5 click. Now it took it. Okay, whatever. And this has to return a value buffer. Swap chain width and height. Where do they come from? Okay. Alright, so this basically return the begin info. Right? So let's do this. Why is it not going back to where I was? You don't like final on there. Oh, it's redundant. Okay. I guess it is redundant because it's a final class. Okay, so I need to take in the memory stack. Swap chain, render pass, where does that come from? Fucking swap chain, render pass, okay. Why is it not going forward? That's weird. Um, all right. Int chain width. Swap chain height, and then frame buffer. It's just Vulkan frame buffer. Okay. Okay, so then all of this, in theory, just becomes viewport utils, and viewports. Swap chain height and frame buffer. And that returns a, what was it again? BK render pass begin info. Okay, what happened over here? Okay. Good. So I have that. So then what are we doing here? We're doing viewport buffer. Setting the viewport. The viewport buffer. First viewport. And then we're setting the scissor. Okay, so I'm going to call this init viewport, probably. I don't know if that's entirely true. I mean, it is set viewport, so I'm thinking that's about as true as it can be. Or maybe I'll call it create viewport. Let's do it that way. So we'll say public static. What does it return? Wait. Does it need to return anything? Viewport buffer. I don't think it needs to return anything because it's pulling in the command buffer and doing the actual set viewport. So you know what? Doesn't have to return anything. So void create viewport. Hey Carms, welcome on in. How you doing? Let's see. So we got this. We have a stack here. Int swap chain height. width, and then the command buffer, which is VK command buffer. VK, whoops, command buffer. And I'm just going to have that just be here. Like that. Which then means we can do utils, create viewport, stack, switching height, switching width, and then command buffer dot get buffer. That. Okay. Okay. So I have that. And then this here is setting the scissor, or creating the scissor. And this again doesn't return anything. So let's come over here and public static void create scissor. Pop those in there. And to stack, we need the swap chain width, the swap chain height, and the VK command buffer. So, all right, and then here, view port utils, right, scissor, and we need to stack width, height, and then command buffer get. Okay. Okay. So we have that. What's bothering me here though? We do this, then we do the begin recording. Which I get, we haven't really started anything yet, but this is divorced from the actual, like, in here we're beginning the rendering pass. I guess that's fine. It just seems weird to me. Because we're doing the begin info here. No, actually, no, I take it back. I think I see what's going on. We're not really clearing the viewport. We're really initializing the viewport. Yeah, maybe I should rename this. To init viewport, because then it makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, we're initializing it and then we're beginning our render pass on it, and the clearing of it is just part of the initialization there. Okay. So I got those. All right, so let those sit for a little bit. Then we've got... What are we doing here? We are... Semaphore list. We are submitting the queue here. I don't think there's much I can do there, so we'll let that go. And the cleanup is the cleanup. Up here we are compiling shaders and stuff, which it is what it is for the moment. I don't like them being there, but it is what it is. I mean, we're only compiling it if it's modified. So there's that. But in reality, you would have a separate thread that just goes through and compiles these. I would feel like that's completely separate from the rendering and everything else. I mean, unless you really want to compile shaders on the fly, which can be problematic. Okay, so let's let that sit for a little bit, and let's look at the, let's see, Vulkan engine here. Not much for me to do there right now. Vulkan window. There's nothing much there. All right, device. That's... That's pretty well contained. Logical device. Queue creation info. Device create info. Yeah, something in here feels like it could be teased out, maybe. Possibly. What would I do? Like, I'm feeling like the queue. I mean, there's also device create info. Where do we use this at? create device. New VK device. This device. Yeah, like all of that seems like so if I go to just structure utils, I feel like I could take this whole thing here. VK device. See, I have a... Oh, that's VK devices in the Vulkan thing. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Let's go under structure utils. Let's say, I'll just put it here for now. Public static VK device. Make device. Have a stack here. Hey, Leaf episode. Welcome on in. I am trying to learn how to make a game engine. 3D engine. So, from scratch. So, you know, I mean, as scratch as I can make it. So I'm trying to learn how to use Vulkan and OpenGL and stuff to essentially make a game. The actual creation of the game is not really, you know, all that important to me. It's the learning how to do one, learning how to make an engine and all that stuff. So that's really what I'm doing. I'm just trying to teach myself how to do this stuff, because I'm fascinated by it. And you know, and if a game comes out of it at the end of the day, awesome. If not, then not. But at least I'll know more than I've known before. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. And right now I've got an OpenGL engine. The beginnings of that started, so I'm actually loading up a 3D model and I can spin it around and stuff. I'm just trying to do the same thing in Vulkan and hopefully learn how to do it properly at the end of the day. What's required extensions? Pointer buffer. Required extensions. Oh yeah, we have a whole bunch of stuff there. Okay, so this is a pointer buffer, and then VK physical device features. So pointer buffer, VK physical device features is features, and then this is this. wonder if I should. Queue creation info is only used for that, isn't it? I wonder if I should incorporate that with it. I'm thinking. See, this says it's turning on all the queue families, which suggests that you don't necessarily have to turn them all on. So I think I will separate that out. And I think I will take this in as a parameter for now. And we'll see. Queue creation. Required extensions. There we go. It helps. It helps to spell it correctly. And physical device get physical device is what? This is VK physical device. Well, let me get rid of that redundant call. Here we go. Okay, so then back over to here. So what I want to say is this dot device equals create device stack required extensions features creation info and then physical device dot get physical device. And that gets rid of all of that. Okay, and then let's see what we got here. Hey, Outlaw, welcome on in. Heading to a movie in 5. Nice. Very nice. I am doing well. I am doing pretty good. Pretty darn good. No complaints. No complaints, no pain for change, and Everything's good so far. Everything is good. I hope you're doing better. I know you got some stuff. I saw your updates in Discord, so hopefully you've got some meds on the way. But yeah, I'm doing fine. You learn after several TI-84 crashes that you can at any point randomly lose access to memory and random access memory. Yep. You certainly can. You certainly can. It is random access through and through. Okay, so I have that. All right, let's save this for a second. I do want to do this queue. I think I want to make this its own method, like turn on, like get all queue families or something, or yeah, something to that effect. But I also want to, so I'll do something a little bit different. I haven't done anything like this. I want to kind of react to a video. Meds arrive. I'm going to take one during the movie. Hey, maybe it'll make the movie better, whatever it is. I'm going to do something a little bit different, and I'm going to react to a video that happened to run across in my feed on YouTube. About development, so it's on topic to an extent. I started to watch it like in the intro, and then it has one of those sort of clickbaity titles to it, sensationalist titles, and so of course I went into it thinking like, oh, okay, what's this going to be? But there was actually some, like, just from the intro, there was like some decent information. Like it seemed like they had done some actual research. So, and it's about development. It's about burnout, basically something that I've experienced. So I wanted to. Sorry, I'm bringing it up now. I wanted to take a look at it. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. It's like, I think it's like 30 minutes or something. But I already started to have some thoughts at the very beginning of it, and I wanted to talk about it. Let's see if I can bring it up here. And let's see how this is going to work. This is probably good. Let me go full screen on that. And let's see what happens here. If I go and do this, there we go. There we go. And I'll stop the. I'll turn the music off for a second so we can listen to it. Let's get the. And oh, that's. Hang on. I am still apparently playing my own live stream here. Let's go hide that. There we go. Hopefully there's nothing else running. Hang on one second. Let me just make sure there's no other streams or anything running here. No, there isn't. Okay. All right. You can tell I don't do this stuff all that often. Okay, so so the title of this video is "Why Software Devs Keep Burning Out," and like I said, it's got that kind of title going for it. It's like, okay, what is this going to be about? I was very skeptical going into it, but It starts out with actually some information that sounds like some work has been done. So I'm going to react to it as we go along here, and so I'm going to be stopping a lot. But I do at the end of this, I'll it's like 25 minutes. So at the end of this, I'll put a link to it in the chats. But it is something you probably should also go take a look at yourselves so that this person gets the views that they deserve, and I'm not taking views away from them. Anyway, let's. Okay, the audio is on there. Good. Let's see if this how this works and if this is too loud or not.
We're going to talk about why it sucks to be a software developer. So being a dev is one of the most coveted jobs on the planet. It's super competitive. If you work at a FANG company, you're making a base salary of oftentimes over $1 million a year. That doesn't include benefits. And yet devs have one of the highest suicide rates of all professions. They're in the top 10. One study.
So that sounds weird. Um, link DMing. Okay, okay, I will. So that sounds weird to me. That the software engineers have one of the highest suicide rates. Just that I heard that the first time around. I was like, that doesn't align at all with what I have experienced. I can tell you that um, a lot of software engineers end up leaving the industry because it's so mentally taxing that they're just like, you know what, I'm just not cut out for this. I'm going to go do something else somewhere else. Um, I have not uh, I've not heard of anyone taking a more permanent uh, solution. Solution is not even the word I want to use. A more permanent route. Um, but apparently, this is a thing. I don't know. I don't know why it would be more so with software development than say any other industry. Um, because yes, there's a lot of more mental stuff going on. Um, and we're definitely software developers are definitely more diverse in their thoughts about stuff and um, but I this was news to me to hear. So
From the UK showed that 83% of developers experience burnout, which is a staggeringly high number. And at one point in 2021, 20% of developers in the world were looking for new jobs because they were unhappy with what they were dealing with. This is something that we call the Great Resignation.
So 2021. Ooh, wow, I'm really the green is really taking me out here. Um, 2021 probably not a great time to be doing statistics. Let's just say, because there was this. I don't know if anybody remembers. There's this global thing going on where everybody was working from home, and a lot of people resigned because their companies were not responding well to the goings on, or there was also a lot of software companies that were just going that had now opened up because everyone was looking for remote work, and remote work was at probably the height it's ever been at. And so the idea that all these people were shuffling around because they were in 2021 because they were unhappy, well, more like it was they saw an opportunity, right? I feel like that was you kind of can't discount the fact that like suddenly everybody suddenly you could find jobs across the country that were not available before because now they were companies were open to the remote work stuff. Now, I mean, obviously that door got slammed shut pretty hard recently, but at least for that point in time, like the sky was the limit. Like you could go pretty much live wherever you wanted to and get paid pretty good for the area. So
So, how can we have a profession that, on the one hand, is so coveted, so competitive, is the most prestigious on the planet in a lot of ways, and at the same time is so terrible for people? If you're a dev, you probably know the answer, and that's what we're going to dive into today. So, the TLDR of it is that devs are in a very unique position of being set up to fail and then blamed for the failure. And even if you don't fail, if you succeed, that screws you over too. So let's start with this concept of set up to fail. So generally speaking, if you're a dev, you have a scope of work and a timeline in which to accomplishment. So we need this kind of feature to go live, let's say 16 weeks from now. And in other professions, you have these two variables as well. So I'm a medical doctor, which means I have a scope of work. I have to show up to the emergency room to work a shift, and then I have a certain timeline, right? So I'm going to show up on Friday night at 6 p.m. and I'm going to work till Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Scopes and timelines are incredibly common in all professions. The biggest difference for devs is that that scope and timeline changes all the time, right? You have
yeah, yeah. It is a very frustrating thing when you sit down and you talk with the stakeholders and you hammer out what you want to do, and they often have data. They've talked to clients, they've gotten feedback from clients, and they know a general idea of what they want and a general idea of what the clients are looking for. um, but it also and so you sit down and you hammer out these things, you hammer out these details, and you go off and you start working on something, and then 2-3 weeks into it, if even that, suddenly everything's got to change. um, you know the timeline changes, the timeline gets pulled in for no apparent reason, or the oh well, while you're in there doing that, we also want all these other things. Or more often than not, what I've seen the most is prioritization. Um, this is kind of the thing that it's one of the hardest things to do. It's also one of the most important things to do, and that is, what is the most important thing that you want done? Because you're dealing with an application in many cases where there are a ton of different features you want people working on, and you simply do not have enough cooks in the kitchen, or in many cases, you can't put any more cooks in the kitchen because there just isn't, they'll start stepping on each other's toes, right? Because you're all working in the same area. And so there's a balancing act of, well, here is what we can do in the timelines you want. It's time to pick what is most important to you. Well, something happens and now priority shifts. So now what do? You've got something halfway done, and now the priority is shifted to something else. Well, okay, put that on the back burner and context switch. And I think one of the most mentally taxing things, at least that I've run into, is the context switching, right? Where you have in your mind, you know what you've got to do, you know what you're doing, you've got a plan, you start executing on that plan, and then all of a sudden someone says, stop, go work on this other thing. So now you got to commit all your stuff over to a branch somewhere, or at least set it aside. Stop what you're doing, get out of the mental hook that you're in, go bring yourself back up to speed to something else entirely. Get started on that, start working on that, start executing that plan, get a quarter of the way through when someone says, stop, we got to go do this other thing. And now you got to context switch again. And now all that stuff that you remembered from the last time, you have to now forget, and you have to get a new thing coming in. And then at some point, You have to return to that first thing that you started. And now you got to remember, okay, where the hell was I? How far was I in? What else did I need to do on this? Right? And you could say, oh, well, you should take good notes. But honestly, um, yes, notes could help, but not that much because, again, it's a mindset that you're in. You might have been going down the mindset of, oh, I need to remember to do X, Y, and Z. I need to structure this a certain way because there is an edge case that I need to take care of. And now you come back to it later on, and now you've got you've got a completely different look at it. And now maybe that edge case that you were thinking about before, you've forgotten about. And they're like, oh, why did I do it this way? Let me go do it this other way because I just did this other thing this other way. So now this can look like that. And you get down the path and you're like, crap, I forgot about that edge case. Now I got to go back and I got to redo this again the way I had it before because it was taking care of this. And so there's a lot of, as much as there's a lot of stepping on other people's toes, there's a lot of stepping on your own toes too. There's a lot of just kind of jumping back and forth and trying to remember the you of 2 weeks ago and what he was thinking, or remember the you of a week ago. And so a lot of that is, and what that does is it generates a whole lot of frustration, and that frustration can really boil over in a lot of different ways. Um, what I've found is there's like kind of two, maybe more ways that it comes over, and one of those is you'll start to get severe imposter syndrome, right? Because here you are spinning your wheels, trying to get stuff done. Stuff's not getting done. You're making progress, but it's not. You're slowed by the fact that you're context switching constantly. You're fighting uphill. You're fighting against the current. Someone's going to figure out that you're not as good as you think you are, or you've said that you are, and all that sort of just boils over into a whole heap of just imposter syndrome, where you think you're not as good as you are. Someone's going to find you out. They're going to see that you suck, and they're just going to fire you, and then you're going to be screwed, and and all this stuff, and so that creates a whole bundle of stress on itself. And then the other way I've seen it is that um, people get very antagonistic. They start to get defensive. They start to get antagonistic. They start to get grumpy, right? Because that's just another way of sort of dealing with that frustration. That frustration is boiled over to a point where you're just like, you're not, um, you're so fed up that you're no longer acting as a member of a team. You're acting as I just need to get stuff done because this is driving me absolutely insane, and everyone else needs to get the hell out of my way. You're acting like that person who makes a left-hand turn across 5 lanes of traffic because they don't want to go up to the next street and go that way. They have to go here. They can't go a street up and make their left. They have to make it right now, and they're going to go. And everyone else is just good luck, good luck to everyone else. I'm going now. And that's kind of that runs into a lot of this too, I think. Anyway, let's continue.
Have a CEO who heard a podcast with Elon Musk or Sam Altman or someone else who's talking about the benefits of AI, and they show up on Monday morning and they're like, we need to use the AI. Let's do the AI. Or why don't we have this feature in an app? These other people have this feature. Let's build this feature. So dev work is notorious for rapidly changing scopes and rapidly changing timelines. In the worst cases, timelines will get cut in half, or when this product launch is happening in 16 weeks, we want to add a brand new feature. And then this is what really rubs devs the wrong way. This is, I think, really where the burnout, the depression, and the anxiety really come from, is that if you fail to deliver, you're the one who's on the hook, right? So
Yes. Um, I like to call it I often say, oh, I guess someone up in the C-suite went to the doctor's office and read a magazine phenomenon, right? Because sometimes things just kind of just pop out of thin air almost. They'll come in, they'll say, you know what, we need to change our security practices so that we are now using, I don't know, pass keys instead of password, username and password. And you're like, in your mind, you don't say it out loud, but in your mind, you're going, where the frick did this come from? How did this suddenly come out of thin air? And then, so I call that the doctor's office phenomenon. That they were probably sitting in their dentist's office or in their doctor's office waiting room. There was a magazine there. They started reading it, and they read all about the latest trend in IT. And there it was. Oh, you should use passkeys and all this stuff. And then suddenly, I've got a whole bunch more work to do that I hadn't even thought of. Not only do I have a whole bunch more work to do, but now I got to go read up on what the frick a passkey is and what that means and all this stuff, right? Like some of these things just literally come out of the blue. And being in technology, we all love our acronyms. So a lot of times it'll just come out in the form of an acronym, and I'll go, "What the hell is that?" And I'll have to go Google it to figure out what the hell that acronym is because I've never heard of it before. Um, and I try to keep up to date with things too. And a lot of times these things are just so out of the blue, so crazy, not even crazy, just so unexpected, um, that it takes you off guard. It's like, what?
So no one is blaming the CEO for 6 weeks out. The CEO wants to add this feature. And when things fall apart, no one is like, hey, we should find a different CEO who doesn't randomly change the scope 6 weeks before we have a product launch. No one is doing that, right? What tends to happen in dev organizations is that shit rolls downhill. You were told to do this work. If you can't deliver, then we need to either use AI or find someone else who can do it. So not only are you set up to fail, you are blamed for failure. But it gets worse because oftentimes what devs end up doing is not failing, right? Because you guys work really hard, you work weekends, you work extra, you take your work home with you, and then you end up succeeding. And does this mean you get promoted? If you're lucky, the answer is yes. But chances are what this does is changes expectations. Now the CEO is like, showed up 6 weeks ago and was like, hey, we want to add this feature. You grind, you work really hard, and you end up doing it. And then what happens is you adjust the expectations. Now the people around you are expecting rush work, extra work. Since you pulled everything together and actually delivered, they're going to expect you to do that again. So this
uh, yes and no. In my experience, it definitely happens where. So first of all, the idea of failing and succeeding. It is very true that oftentimes when a timeline changes on you or when features come in at the last moment, and again, this comes back to the prioritization. A lot of times priorities just shift overnight, without any real regard as to what that actually means. You're just expected to figure it out, right? They'll just say, this is your new job, this is the new priority, figure it out. And most devs really like their job. I'm not being facetious when I say that. I mean, most devs really enjoy writing code. They enjoy the challenge of it. And that's also our Achilles heel, right? Because we enjoy it so much. Oh, I'll just work on this at home. Oh, I'll just stay in the office a couple extra hours. Oh, uh, I'll just do this weekend. I'll work this weekend and just try to get it done. You know, um, and on top of that, the vast majority of us are salaried, so you don't get overtime hours. You're just expected to get things done, right? And that's what justifies your salary, is that you've gotten things done. So what's an hour here? What's an hour there? You know, um, and so a lot of the devs fall into the category of like they're doing these extra hours, they're putting this extra time in, this extra effort in because they care about what they're doing. They care about doing things right. They care about the product probably more than they should. But they care that like the product that they're delivering is reflective of their abilities, right? Of their collective abilities, not just one dev, but the culmination of all the devs. If you're not working, if you're not doing the best job you possibly can, then you're in many ways it feels like you're dragging the other devs in your organization down with you, right? So you want to make sure that you have this sort of internal desire to do the best you can because the product is in many ways a reflection of your efforts as well as others on the team, and you want to put your best foot forward at all times. And so that also lends to a lot of stress, obviously. um, I had, in the most extreme case, this has happened to me, and I think I've mentioned this before, but there was a one of the companies that I worked for several years ago. They very much had a work life balance problem throughout the company. And in fact, most people who left the company cited work life balance as a problem. And that is to say, they wanted you to work all the time and have no life. And they were set up to make you work all the time and have no life. They also didn't want to give you really any benefits either. You were just meant to be there all the time. Um, and how this manifested in several ways for me, but one of the most insidious ways was that I would be there, say it would be Friday at say 4 o'clock, right? So I'm all ready to go at 5 and start the weekend and all this stuff. And a product manager would come to me and say, "Hey, we have this problem. Um, it's a big problem, and I need you to start to look at it. We really need something quickly." But they wouldn't say when they needed it. They just say they would just have the urgency of it needs to be done soon, like very soon. And so, me being who I am, I took it to mean, oh, I need to get this done over the weekend. And so I would work a little bit extra time on Friday, and I'd work over the weekend on it. And then on several occasions, I'd come in on Monday and go, look, I couldn't finish this because I need access to the database, and I don't have access to the database in order to make stuff. And no DBAs were on call during the weekend. So I'll have to just keep working on it today. And the response I got was, that's okay. We don't need it for a couple weeks. And that didn't happen once. It happened several times to me, which I suppose is a reflection on me being fooled so many times. But it also was, I think, one of the contributing factors to me burning out. That was the job I actually burned out from, um, because they were structured in such a way that everything everything was a fire drill. Everyone was running around with their hair on fire, but they weren't. And that was the roughest part. Like the average length of time that an employee would work at that company was 6 months. And I worked there for 3.5, 4 years. And that was a long time to be working there. Everybody at that company burned out. There were people who literally stood up in the middle of the floor and just said, "That's it, I quit," and they left. Like it was that kind of thing. Um, how do you not burn out when your health is shit? It's a good point. You know, it's certainly some of that is due to, like I was. There were several instances when I worked all the way through the night. I just stayed in the office and worked through the night and into the next day, and then worked a full day the next day and then went home. You know, I did that a couple times. Um, I was basically a caffeine addict. I was like coffee and soda and just all the caffeine I could get into my body. I was getting into my body. It affects your sleep schedule. It affects your attention level. Because what happens is you're so tired. You're in such a zombie like state that you have to put even more caffeine and more, accelerants, as it were, into your body to make your brain work just long enough to get past the next hurdle, and just long enough to get past the next hurdle, and just long enough to get past the next hurdle. And then you couple that with the fact that it never freaking ends. Like you get to the end of a project, and you're like, okay, this was good, this was successful. And this gets back to what he was saying about once you're successful at something, more is expected of you. The thing is, when you're successful at something, there's another thing coming down the pike. Like it never ends. There's never oh, good, we could take a break now. No, it's okay, here's 5 more things. Oh, you did those 5 things? Here's 10 more things. Oh, you did those 10 things? Here's 10 more things. Um, and it's just, there is no end to it, right? It just keeps going. That you just keep on moving forward. And if you do that without having any breaks or having any kind of um, way of sort of unwinding, then the burnout comes very quickly. Um, so uh, I don't know. The never ends thing sounds fun if you like the program. But then again, I never worked in the industry. Well, sure. I mean, so part of that is that's the nature of development, is that you we're at the end of the day, we're problem solvers, right? The business has a problem, we're trying to solve it. The business has another problem, we're trying to solve it. So you're moving from one problem to next to next to next. That's part of the job. And I don't think anybody has a problem, is against that. I think we all like to say, like, okay, what's the next challenge? What's the next problem? What's the next problem? When it becomes an issue is um, when there is no break in between, when there is no time to reflect, there is no vacation, there is no sort of lull, right? You're always going at 60 miles an hour. You're never not going at 60 miles an hour. Um, Even in big corporations where there's features coming in constantly, there are periods where there are lull periods, right, where you can relax for a little bit. You still have bugs to fix, you still have documentation to do, but they're a nice break for your brain. You're not constantly going at top speed, you know. Um, it's when you're constantly going at top speed that it starts to just wear you down, because you're not, at the end of the day, you're not a machine. You need vacation, you need breaks from time to time. It's what it is. And when they're constantly setting you up to like, oh, here's more stuff. Oh, here's more stuff. Oh, here's another. Yeah. In the case of the company that I was working at, they were, like I said, it was constantly a fire drill, right? So it's like everywhere you turn, somebody's running around with their hair on fire. This is top priority now. This is absolute. This is drop dead priority. This is drop dead priority. This is drop dead priority. Everything was top priority. And so it ends up being nothing is top priority because you can't you can't do it all at once, right? Hey, Prime Jim, but I heard him say that burnout isn't how much, but what. I felt that once I stopped doing fun shit. Yes, I agree with that. Burnout is not about burnout is not about how much you're doing necessarily. How much you're doing leads to stress, and stress itself leads to burnout. The burnout really comes from it's the type of stress that you're experiencing. Like to me, there are two types of stress. There's a good stress, and then there's bad stress. Good stress is the stress you get from just having deadlines, right? Having reasonable deadlines that you've planned out, and you said, okay, look, I this is doable. I can do this, right? The bad stress comes from never knowing if you're going to walk in the door and have a completely different priority and have to switch gears. That's where the bad stress comes from. Is walking in and not knowing what is going to happen. If your entire day is going to be to go to crap, right? Because something else is now top priority. Um, and that's why I say like one of the biggest problems that I've seen over the years is prioritization. Like if something's going to be top priority, then it's going to be top priority. Now, granted, stuff happens. Security flaws are found all the time. Security flaws tend to be top priority. No one can really plan for them ahead of time. So it's understandable if you have to switch your priorities around because something like that came down. But if you're talking features, if you're still if you're reprioritizing features, right? That within a sprint, within like a month, something's wrong with how you're prioritizing things, right? You're not really doing a good job planning, right? You're not doing a good job planning your backlog. You're not spending enough time thinking about things, or you simply do not understand what kind of application you're making, right? That's what it comes down to, right? Working hard and not knowing if it's all going to keep me stable ends up being the most detrimental stress. The foresight and pre-planning is a bitch. Yes. Well, and I've worked for many of the companies I've worked for big companies and I've worked for startups. And startups are definitely a little bit more stressful in that you don't know when your paycheck is going to disappear. But and they're also more stressful in that to me honestly the more stress that comes from the startups is that you are not insulated from the insanity that is the C-suite, right? Like your CEOs, your CIOs, your CTOs, they are they are the gym teachers of the technology world, right? They're the ones that couldn't actually teach, so they became gym teachers. They became physical education teachers because they couldn't actually pass muster. These are people that probably have never written a line of code in their life and probably don't even understand what it is you do during the course of the day. Some of them do, most don't, right? And when you have to deal with them directly, that in and of itself brings a whole lot of stress because you're talking to someone. as one CEO of a company put it, the first one of the first companies I worked for put it to me. He said his response to my concerns about timelines was, uh, "Don't tell me about the pain. Show me the baby." Now he was being a little facetious. He was trying to be a little jovial, but it really hit home that a lot of them, I mean, just simply do not care how difficult something is or how complicated something is because they have no concept of what it is you do from for them. Um, as far as they're concerned, they asked for something and it magically appeared. And everything else that happened, all the hair that you lost in the process, all the wrinkles that appeared on your face because of it, not their problem, right? Because you signed up for that, and that's the rough part. That's 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 the really rough part. I mean, I worked for a startup, and you want to talk about stress? I worked for a startup where the entire dev team learned that we were going to release a mobile application during a uh, board meeting, or I'm sorry, during a marketing um, advertisement, right? Like they literally announced it in a press release that we were going to have a mobile app, and we had never heard anything of it. We had no plans. We didn't know that this was going to be a thing. No one even talked to us or consulted with us. We were the ones that were going to have to make it happen. Like they weren't going to hire anybody else. It was going to be on us to do it. And we all kind of looked at each other like, where did this come from? Like you're just incredulous. You're like, this is the first I'm hearing of it, and it's being announced to the world that this is happening, and it's going to happen in the next 6 months. And we're like, we haven't even we don't even know what it's going to look like. We haven't even inspected it out. We don't know what technology we're going to use. We don't know anything. And you want it done in 6 months, right? It's that kind of stuff that causes a whole lot of bad stress. A whole lot of bad stress.
This creates something called an environment of cumulative stress, where stress tends to pile up over time and devs end up feeling burnt out. So this is where a lot of the devs that I've worked with will say like, yeah, this is not something I can do anything about, right? Because no one is going to give the feedback to the CEO that you can't do this sort of thing. But if you pay attention to your work environments, what you will find is that there are two kinds of developers. There are developers who work really hard, work all the time, and sometimes don't even get promoted, get blamed for the failures. And then you'll have some developers who actually work less and will somehow get promoted, will take credit for the work. And this is a huge differential.
I disagree. Um, there are definitely developers who um, there are definitely developers who niche themselves, right? In other words, they come in, they have one little thing that they do, and that's all they do. You definitely have. I definitely worked with people who were not getting any work done, but and they lasted probably longer than they should have, but they were eventually fired, right? Because they weren't doing any work. So eventually that stuff catches up with you, the whole like working far less. But there were devs I've worked with that were they almost purposely pigeonholed themselves, right? They didn't want to they had one little niche, one little section of the code that they wanted to live in, and they lived in that. And so it was very low stress for them. They didn't have a whole lot to do. They knew what they wanted to do, and they just kind of made it their own little thing. And they didn't really care about anything else going on in the system. And so whenever you would need their advice on how to, you know, design another part of the system, they would just go, I've never been in that part of the system, so I can't help you, which is very convenient. Um, that definitely has happened. Um, I can tell you that those people do not get promoted. Um, from my experience, I have not seen those people get promoted. Um, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but you know, in the 20 some odd years I've been doing this, and the 5 companies I've worked for, um, I have not seen that. Um, but again, I've had a mixture of startups, mostly startups, and then some bigger companies. I have not worked for a FANG company. So when you get into those very, very large companies, yeah, there's definitely somebody, moving up that probably shouldn't move up. Um, but when you're in the smaller groups and small startups, like, it becomes very obvious when someone's not pulling their own weight, or when someone is not interested in um, moving up the chain, or is not even moving up the chain. When someone's not interested in um, growing, it becomes pretty obvious. And depending on the size of the team, you just kind of let them do their thing. If your team is large enough, it doesn't matter. And by large enough, I mean like 30 people. If one person just wants to kind of F around, fine. If it's 10 people, even then, maybe. But if you're less than 10 people in the team, that person either needs to pull their weight, or they're going to find themselves out. And that's what I've seen. Um, he's very um, tied up on this whole being blamed for failure stuff, and it is definitely a thing that happens. I mean, obviously, you know, because no one in the management suite really understands what we do. Uh, it's very easy for them to put failure on our shoulders, and it's very easy for them to take credit for successes. Um, I don't think. I think the being blamed for failure thing, while it definitely happens and it definitely feels bad, I think we as developers um, amplify that a little too much, because a lot of developers, again, imposter syndrome is very prevalent in the industry, and a lot of times that makes you defensive when something when you fail at something, especially if it's something that you've put extra time into. um, it feels much more personal, and you start to get much more defensive. And I think a lot of times when people feel like they're being blamed for failure, if they were to take a step back and look at it objectively, they're not really, the negative blame is not really as bad as it feels, right? They're probably being criticized, um, but the critique is probably more of a learnable thing than a I am being blamed for all the problems of the world kind of thing. To a dev, a lot of times it feels like you're being blamed for all the problems of the world, because you take such a personal investment in it. And one of the things I had to learn, and I'm sure a lot of people have to learn, is as you grow in the industry, you kind of just have to let things go. Sometimes you just gotta, like, it's hard. It's hard not to take it personally. But sometimes you just gotta learn. sometimes learning means getting hit in the head, just like how do you learn how to box? You get hit in the head a lot. you know, sometimes you just gotta take one on the chin, um, and just use that as a stepping stone um, to getting better. But it's also very important that you don't blow it out of proportion, right? Like you might be getting criticized for something, but if you take a step back and look at it objectively and understand where this other person's coming from, and by that I mean ask a lot of questions. Like don't just assume that, you understand where they're coming from. Ask them. Like ask them questions. Polite questions. Don't get defensive. Just ask them polite questions. Well, what do you think we should do for this? Well, how do you think we could have handled this better? That kind of thing. Um, and you might find out that it's not quite the criticism's not quite as harsh as it initially sounds, and you know, and go from there. I mean, there are definitely some real bastards in the industry who will rip you a new one for the tiniest of infractions, but they are fewer and far between than I think we all perceive. So
that we see, especially in our coaching program. So, a lot of the things that we're going to talk about today, my guess is that you will think when you hear this, oh, this cannot be done at my job. But there is a big difference between this cannot be done and I don't know how to do it. Because if you look at a population of people who become developers, oftentimes their soft social skills are not things that they have really buffed up or practiced. They don't know how to set boundaries. They think that boundaries can't be set because you have a narcissistic CEO. But there are absolutely senior engineers at these massive companies where you have incredibly narcissistic bosses who are able to be very successful. So if y'all are interested in learning,
yes, um, there. It's true that we're not social butterflies, but I mean, you got to ask yourself, how do you be a social butterfly when your nose is in a book all the time? Um, there's a balancing act there that certainly a lot of us did not learn, um, and I'm definitely as guilty of that as anyone else because our job requires a lot of practice, and that requires a lot of time. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of musicians that have the same problem, right? Like, it takes a lot of time to learn an instrument, and that's all kinds of time that they're not spending around other people, and socializing. Um, the same for writers, the same for any creative endeavor, right? I would argue that most creative endeavors, probably the most talented people of those creative endeavors, have a similar issue. Um, so we're not alone in that regard, um, as far as like the social aspect of things. It is true that that does add some more stress because you are. I don't think it's so much the stress with the C suite as he's talking about, because yes, the C suite can really drive you up a wall because they are far better at manipulating you, than you want to give them credit for. But it's also, I think more often than not, it's how we treat each other. Um, I have tried throughout my career to not to, like when I mentor people, I've tried to be as kind as I can, especially with feedback, because I know I've experienced in my own career what it's like to have someone be really bad at giving you good feedback. And by that I mean being really mean and nasty about it. You know, this is shit, that's shit. How could you ever think that this is good? What is wrong with you? You suck at this. This is terrible. How could you think that this was a good thing? You know, I've experienced that directly, and I've tried to make sure that I don't pass that on. And a lot of that is due to just the fact that, yeah, even at the upper echelons, there are people who are not, some of your colleagues are just not social butterflies. And we as a society tend to glorify the tell it like it is crowd, which is really just code for be an asshole. Um, and yeah, yeah, that's it's that one single thing I think that drives a lot of people away from um, software development, particularly women, because they, in many cases, get it a little bit worse than guys do when it comes to like the unnecessarily harsh criticism, the undeserved harshness of the criticism, um, and it's yeah, it's a problem. I don't have a solution to that. I don't know the answer to that. It is something that I've seen.
Some of those skills. We're going to teach a lot of this stuff to you here and now, but if y'all are interested in like one-on-one feedback for your specific situation, because this may not work for you, then definitely check out the link in the description below for more info on our coaching program. And so this feels like an impossible situation where you're set up to fail, and if you fail, you get blamed, and if you succeed, this becomes the norm. Now we're going to dive further into the fundamental nature of software development work, which predisposes devs to burnout. And once we understand a couple of these fundamental mismatches, it'll give us a road forward for hopefully you to feel a little bit better at work, be a little bit happier, be a little bit healthier, etc. So the first is there's a fundamental mismatch between the type of work and the environment of work in software development. What do I mean by that? So oftentimes the actual process of coding involves deeply cognitive intensive work, right? So you sort of have this like vision of what you're programming. You have to sit down, you have to do a bunch of code that sort of fits into all these different things. It's like cognitively incredibly intensive. Then there are a lot of other sort of features of software development work, which burnout shows that these kinds of things decline, like documentation, process adherence, and things like that, right? So there's a lot of complicated, cognitively intensive work. But the other interesting thing about software development work is that developers are rarely given blocks of time to do that sort of work. So the nature of the
Yep. um, I struggle greatly with focus. Number one, it's hard to focus for a long period of time at once as it is. Um, and anyone who's tried to like write a book or a paper or something like that that requires you to kind of focus for a little while understands the parts of this. Because what we do in software development is kind of a lot like writing a novel in many ways, because you're thinking about instead of thinking about characters and plot lines, you're thinking about interconnections and algorithms and results of what's this going to look like on the screen kind of thing. Very similar but different. And it's how can I put this kindly? Meetings suck, and there's a hell of a lot of them. And every time this has been something that's been kind of hammered home at every company I've worked at throughout my entire career. Someone at some point has said this. Every time you call a meeting, every time you send an email, every time you contact someone on Teams or send them a chat message on Slack or whatever, uh, you are you are setting back the timeline for the completion of whatever they're working on by at least 3 hours. It might be a 30-second email, it might be a 10-second conversation, but you've now broken their concentration, and it's going to take them probably about 3 hours to get back to focus mode again, right? So when they talk about these timelines and they say like, oh, you need to get this done in 3 weeks, you need to get this done in 6 weeks. Every time you disrupt that person, that timeline is not changing, right? Even though it should be going forward three hours every time you're disrupted, but it doesn't, right? And so now every time you're disrupted, more stress comes in, more stress, because now you're like, well, now I gotta, and there have been weeks where I've sat down to do something that should take 2 days to do. I start on Monday. Friday rolls around, I'm still not done it because I've been pulled into meetings, I've been pulled into email chains, I've been, I'm needed for expertise in some things, some questions need to be answered, some documentation needed to get done right away, some technical thing happened, there was a bug found somewhere else, whatever have you. They needed some consulting work, some consultation on something happening in the system. They needed more information. And so you get to Friday and you're still not done that thing that you were going to be done on Tuesday. And so now it's like, well, guess I'm working this weekend because at least I'm not going to be disrupted. So many times have in fact, tomorrow I'm going to be working on something for work because I know that tomorrow morning for a couple hours I can work on something and not be disrupted. I don't have to look at email, I don't have to look at Teams, I don't have to look at anything because everyone's off. And I can finally sit down and get the last finishing touches on this thing that I've been working on for a couple days. That is what you're up against.
The work means that we expect you to be on Slack, we expect you to be on Teams, we expect you to respond to messages, respond to emails, we expect you to take calls at midnight your time because the client is in a foreign country halfway across the world, or you are in a foreign country halfway across the world, whatever, right? So there's all kinds of invasiveness that does not involve the actual coding, right? You have meetings at this time, you have to respond to messages at this time, and this creates a fundamental mismatch. So I'll give you all like an example of what a healthier version of this is. And this is what we sort of see. So if I'm like an attorney or a medical doctor, and I've worked with both, right? So I have periods of intensive work, but like no one is expecting me to answer emails when I am actually like in an emergency room seeing patients. So as a physician, I have the luxury, everyone sort of understands that like no one is scheduling a meeting when I have like an overnight shift in the emergency room. But this fundamental mismatch between the type of work and the demands being placed upon you really leads to this sense of cumulative burnout. The second problem is actually something that a lot of people want, which is remote work. So we all love remote work. I work from home. It has the advantages of being pantsless while you are at work. It has the advantage of not commuting, and studies show that if you commute more than 45 minutes one way, it leads to a greater amount of divorce. It gives us so much more free time because now we have 2 hours that we're not sitting in traffic and things like that. So there are a lot of advantages, but this is where, unfortunately, there are a lot of disadvantages to remote work as well. One of the biggest ones is loneliness and isolation. For a lot of people, their ways of socially connecting are actually like with people at work. Instead, what we see so much in our community is like, I'm 32 years old. I don't know how to make friends. I don't know how to meet romantic partners. I kind of work and like, I don't want to commute, but there's a certain cost to remote work. And
Um, that is, while all that is true, that really has nothing to do in my experience with remote work. Because as someone who I've only been doing remote work for the last 5 years of my career, and I've been doing this for over 20 years. Um, Even when you're in the office, you are isolated, right? Um, in fact, in many ways, you're a little bit more isolated because you're in the office, you're doing your stuff, you're doing your 9 to 5. If you're lucky, most of the time you're doing, 8 to 10 or 8 to 7, more likely, something like that. You're putting in extra time. You're coming home. We'll say it's you know a week where you're not putting in. We'll just say you do 9 to 5 for the week. It's a slower week. Um, you come home. Often you are, at least when you're starting out your career, a lot of people are starting out single, right? So you come home and, like most people, all that stuff, since you were in the office, nothing got done at home. So all the stuff that you normally have to do, laundry, cleaning, various other things, you now have to do on the weekend, right? Which, is true for, I mean, it's true for married couples too, who both work. Um, and so that eats into what would be your downtime, right? So now there's stress with that because you have to get all this stuff done. You have to also do all your running around. You have to do your grocery shopping. You have to do all these other things. Um, what I've found with remote work is that you can do that. You can spread that stuff now over across the week, and so now I have my weekends where I don't have to. I can actually have a true weekend where I don't have to do laundry. I don't have to go grocery shopping. I can do what I want to do. Um, so that's the advantage of remote work. The isolation stuff that happens regardless. I mean, it's happened regardless of whether you're working remotely or working in an office, right? One way or the other, it's not location. It's not a location problem. It's a um, it's a attitude problem. Attitude's not really the word I want to use, but it's more of a mentality, right? The mentality is that you enjoy what you're doing, you enjoy your work, and so your work consumes your life because you enjoy it so much. I enjoy playing video games. I spend a lot of time playing video games. Um, because now because you don't have the social skills necessarily, you don't have a balance, right? So because you enjoy that stuff, you stuff more of that into your schedule. And that emptiness, you start to fill it in with, oh, let's play video games. Let's do some coding projects. Let's do this and just fill the void, right? Um, I think that's the more the problem than just where you are, whether you're remote work or not, you know?
And it's not just in terms of loneliness and isolation. Once you are at home, it stops the barrier between work and home. So when we work with software developers, we see this way too often where it's like, okay, since my home is my workplace.
And that is the insidiousness of it. Um, it's also why I find it odd that so many managers wanted everybody to come back to office after all this time because they could be taking so much advantage of the remote work than I think they ever really realized, right? Like the company I work for not only instituted remote work, but they made it so that our PTO, our time off, is unlimited. Now you go, oh, that's awesome. You have unlimited time off. Yeah, except since we're all working from home, well, there's not really a need to take so much time off anymore, right? And so you end up as a company, everyone's taking less time off than when they did when they were forcing you to take so many days off, or lose them, right? Now it's like, oh, I guess, I mean, I can work from anywhere. I can work from the beach. I can work from, while I'm on vacation, right? And I don't need to take time off because I could be, I'm remote. I could be anywhere as long as there's an internet connection, right? That's the insidiousness of it. And that's why I'm like really surprised at how many have pushed to go back to the office, because what they're really doing is they're pushing you to take more time off now. So it's kind of, they're getting it on the back end again, which is very interesting. Very, very interesting.
When does work actually end? And since your work environment allows you to work from home, do they have certain expectations about your responsiveness? So once you start working from home, the luxury of being out of the office declines drastically. The third thing that leads to
I take issue with one thing here. There was never any luxury of being out of the office. Um, because every company that I've worked for requires that I give them my phone number, and required that even when I was at home, I would check my email on the regular, right? Like that, those were requirements. So there was never any, oh, I'm out of the office, I can't be contacted. That has never been a thing. Um, I was, I was being contacted at 2 a.m. to, I would get a phone call at 2 a.m. I'm at home, I'm asleep. I have to wake up and I have to go fix a production issue, right? Like I had the one company that I burned out in, we had to do production deployments at 3 in the morning because it was an e-commerce company and they didn't want they needed to select a time where there wasn't a lot of traffic. So I would have to go home, go to bed, wake up at 3 a.m., do some work, and if I was lucky and everything worked out well, I could get a couple more hours of sleep. If I wasn't, I had to stay up and not only work until 6 a.m., but then go into the office and continue work, right? So there was never any I'm out of work, you can't contact me now, ever. So
developers being incredibly depressed and having high suicide rates is, to be blunt, that your colleagues oftentimes suck. So remember that software development oftentimes selects for people who are not great at soft skills, interpersonal skills, things like that. Empathy and EQ tend to be a little bit on the lower side. And so if you're surrounded by people who don't have the empathy to understand what their demands are doing to you, it makes it really hard for you to do your job.
he's emphasizing empathy here. I don't know if empathy is the right word. I think a lot of devs are very empathetic. They're just, they are not, they are, they don't, it's hard. It's hard to explain. I think they're very empathetic about other things. I think they lack I think it's a targeted lack of empathy. Like they're not empathetic to other developers because they're like, hey, I went through this, so you can go through this. But outside of the development world, I think they're very empathetic. It's kind of a weird thing there. Weird to show people like this guy no empathy. uh,
If you don't know how to advocate for yourself in the right way and your boss is not really bothering to pay attention because they're not a great manager, that can be really bad for you. So, what I've seen time and time again when I work with software developers is that the environment surrounding them is socially like really, really inept, right? People will be brutal with you. People will
Yeah.
deliver feedback in very harsh ways. People won't credit you for your work. People won't pay attention to the work that you're doing. People won't be aware that once you do an excellent job and you work all weekend, that they should not expect that from you in the future. So this creates a
Yeah.
situation that I see with devs
Yeah.
that is
That's
almost like, I don't know if y'all played Darkest Dungeon, but I think this is the best example of like
okay.
you start this process of software development, right? We call it a sprint or whatever. Ends up being a sprint after sprint after sprint that becomes a marathon. And over time, you get more beaten and battered down, and your stress actually builds up. There are actually studies that show that the development in software development, the nature of stress is far more cumulative. So you work all weekend and then you pull it out, and then on Monday morning, you don't get like 3 days off because you work 2 days on the weekend. It's on to the next development cycle, on to the next sprint. And now that we've added a feature and gotten away with it, we're going to start adding more features over and over and over again. And if things don't work out, you're the one who gets blamed. So it's kind of like you start this journey and you're young and you're fresh and you're making a lot of money, and yay, you get to work at one of these awesome companies. But over time, you get beaten down, you get battered, you take HP damage, you take stress damage, and then you start to really crumble and crack. And when you crumble and crack, people don't stop and think like, oh, what did we do to create this situation for you? They just end up blaming you for it. And this is the other like really frustrating thing, is that oftentimes in software development spaces, you'll also have something that I call the MBA circle jerk. So in your company, you're going to have people who are technical people, right? Like people like engineers who actually do the work. And the layer above them is MBAs doing MBA circle jerk. And they're like, yeah, we're going to optimize AI deliverables and KPIs and this bullshit and that bullshit. They get together, they have meetings all day that they want you in, by the way. But when we're all done with our meetings, they get to jerk each other off and you have to actually go and code. So it's really...
Yes. And the one of the things, there's a couple things that I've run into, and I've tried to correct them whenever I can. One of the best product managers that I've ever worked for understood the idea of day one, right? So they understood that not everything, or I'm sorry, day two. So not everything had to be done day one. Like if you're struggling and there's a lot of stuff going on, we'll reprioritize this and we'll push this back to day two. Done and done. That is exceedingly rare because most of the, as he's calling them, MBAs, they could probably manage a widget factory really, really well. But when it comes to high technology that they don't really understand the interconnections with, it's more virtual, it's not physical. You can't see what's going on. You can't visualize what the devs are visualizing until they actually do it. You end up in a lot of situations, like he's saying, where they don't know how to. They're trying to apply metrics to something that is inherently virtual. They're trying to, in many ways, they're trying to put a they're trying to put they're trying to put a what's the word I'm looking for? They're trying to assign a like a scale to a number that has no scale. They're trying to say that this random number, this the story points, this 2, well, that's 2 hours, or that's 2 days, or that's 2 weeks, right? When in reality, if you're talking story points, that number doesn't mean anything. It's just a number. It's just a number. It's just a way of of seeing of judging what this is going to be in relation to everything else that's in the sprint, right? It's just a way of making a Tetris block out of something so you can see how all these things fit together. Um, and but that doesn't compute to an MBA, right? They want analytics, they want hard numbers, they want mathematical formulas. And so you see them come up with things like KPIs and oh, everybody needs goals and there is no such thing in software development, right? As performance metrics and goals, and a lot of this comes from HR as well. HR is really bad with this because they think that everything has to be compartmentalized. Everything has to have you must have goals. They've been told from the very beginning, everyone's got to have career goals and everyone has to have this and that. And when it comes to software development, our career goals are do not align necessarily with the company's goals, right? Our career goals more often than not are I want to learn more stuff. And if the company doesn't need that stuff that I want to learn, then that is not a KPI. That's not a goal that the company would ever accept, right? I want to learn how to write an emulator in Haskell, right? Well, nothing that I'm working on for the company requires me to have an emulator in Haskell, but it's something I want to learn, right? I have these learning goals. I want to learn how an enterprise service bus works. Well, nothing that we're using right now requires the use of an enterprise service bus. So you can't list that as a goal, right? And that's really the thing is like a lot of our stuff, a lot of the things that we would consider to be goals, if we were to apply them to what the company wants, they become very, very generic. I can't tell you how many times on when I'm listing out my goals for the year, I've put down uh, fix more bugs than I did last year. Um, Refactor more code than I refactored last year. Like, what else am I going to say? Because even I don't know what feature is coming down the pike. I don't know until it's been made. So I can't go there and say like, well, for this year coming up, I'm going to make sure that I finish feature X, Y, and Z. I don't even know what feature X, Y, and Z are going to be. They haven't been told to me yet. And furthermore, I don't know what priority they're going to be. I might think that these are top priority, but someone else comes down and says, nope, that's not priority anymore. This is now priority. Oh, no, that's now priority. Oh, no, this is priority. So we get back to the whole shifting of priorities and stuff. And so you look at these like goal sheets and these KPIs and all this stuff that they you know, wordsmith their way down from HR, via HR to you. And you're just like, I don't know what you expect from me, which in and of itself ends up becoming a source of stress too. It's because you're just like, no matter how long you've worked for a company, there's always that HR letter that hits you, and you're just like, I don't know what you expect from me. I've worked here, 10 years, and I don't know what you expect from me. And that in and of itself causes even more stress and causes even more people to be like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to find somewhere else to go. And a lot of people end up getting like I had for the longest time, I had the 5-year itch, right? You work for a company for 5 years, if even that. And then you're like, yeah, okay, let's go find somewhere else to go. Let's go find a different challenge, right? Because it's just, you get so bogged down in the minutia of these weird structures that they want to build around HR and all this stuff that you're just like, you know what, screw it, I'll find somewhere else. I'll find another startup that isn't to that point yet where they even have an HR department. I'll go work there for a little bit, and once they get an HR department, then I'll go somewhere else that doesn't, to another startup that doesn't have an HR department. You know, they don't realize how much stress is on the MVPs. Yeah, I mean that's another barrel of it.
Crazy, but like, and they're not really aware of that, right? So like you have these MBA pencil pusher sort of project manager types that sometimes will like not really do a whole lot, and then will take a lot of credit, will give themselves pats on the back, will get promoted, and then you have like you down below who's doing all of this grinding work. And so one of the things that we try to teach when people come to our coaching program, and the reason we
So, uh, I agree that managing people is difficult. I agree that's a difficult thing, especially developers. Managing developers is difficult because we are, for all the reasons he said, we're not social butterflies. We can be antagonistic at times. We can be grumpy at times. We all have very different personalities. Like I can't. You, I've worked at so many companies where like no two developers would ever be on a compatibility list with one another. Right? They're all so very different personality wise, and yet they've all managed to work together towards a common goal, which is kind of impressive given how different everyone is. Um, so yes, I agree that managing people is difficult. Um, it's less difficult if you know how to listen, and you know the dynamic of the team that you're working with, right? And that's where the difficulty comes in, is you kind of have to learn how people work together, because they are working together. It may not look like it at first, but they are. And it's you kind of have to figure out where that balance is. And you also have to know when not to BS them, right? You know, when to be straight with them. You know? If I look at the last 3 years and how many goals I attempted, is insanity. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it goes back to the old counting lines of code you've done, right? Like back in the day, they used to count like, oh, you created 300 lines of code, right? And then it's like, well, what do you do about the guys who removed 300 lines of code because they were unnecessary, you know, and all that stuff. And not only that, and this affects game developers, I think, a lot more than it even does software developers. Um, People who are not technical, uh, are not knowledgeable of software development or game development. Um, they think, their perception is that every moment of your time is spent writing code. And nothing could be further from the truth. Like, you spend a lot more, your job is more than just writing code. Your documentation, your investigating bugs, your depending on how many other people you have helping you, you might be doing marketing stuff, you might be doing a little bit of HR stuff, you might be doing a whole lot of stuff. That and also not even looking at, like, you need to plan out stuff. You need to figure out how you're going to do something. It doesn't just come to you. You need to like sit there and think about things and how it's going to work and how you want it to work and how you're going to maintain it going forward and all that stuff. Writing code is like 20% of the actual job. Now, when you're a junior developer, it's maybe 50% of the job. As you become a senior developer and stuff, it becomes less and less and less, you know. an architect, right? And I'm only about 20% code. The rest is answering questions, planning out things, helping with the planning of things, so on and so forth, right? No one likes the HR has warn people about Dr. K. Yeah. So it's just, you know, um, the problem isn't even the MVPs. It's people that don't want to do their job. I don't think there's that many people who don't want to do their job. Um, there's it would be very strange to have, like, as I said earlier, on the very few encounters that I've had of people who didn't want to do their job, they didn't last long at the company. They lasted longer than they should have, but they didn't last long. They were eventually all fired. Um, so you know, you have to agree that we have an authority problem here. I don't know. It depends on what you mean by authority problem. Um, I don't think there's not as many there's not as many people that I've seen, at least, coming into development that have a problem with being developers. Like, most of them would want someone to take care of all the management stuff and just so that they could have time to focus. Like, most people would that I've worked with wanted someone else to just find them a way to just deflect all the problems away from them and to deflect all the distractions away from them so that they could focus and do their job. So a company can't function correctly if nobody wants to listen to the one that has their best interest in mind. Sure, sure. Um, the question is who is that? Right? Because more often than not, the companies are you've got the technology companies that I've worked for. Well, we're talking about software development as a whole, so let's just bring them into the equation. Every single one of them. Yeah, I mean, from what I've from what I've seen, there is a there is a disconnect between um, management and the development side of things. And the best companies that I've worked for have found a way to largely bridge that gap, but there's still a gap there, right? Because the people who are managing, um, more often than not, you know, they understand the product and how the product is supposed to work, but they don't understand the underpinnings of the product. And there's probably some areas that they still, like, some interconnections that they don't realize are there, and that's where the software developers come in. And developers and management, when they're working together, product managers and stuff like that, when they're working together embedded as a team, they are very much two halves of a whole, right? You got the devs who are actually doing the work, but they're also making sure their work makes sense for the product owners who are going to have to, um, deal with the clients and stuff. So, good functioning in a company that's well functioning like that, there's a, you know, those two people are talking together fairly routinely. And when one has a misunderstanding, there's a cordial conversation between the two. Um, what Dr. K, and I guess what Dr. K has explained is that shut all those emotions mixed in. Yeah, I mean, I think what Dr. K is on about here is that there's a lot of that all of this sort of this disconnect between that naturally occurs between the management and the workers is causing in and of itself is causing stress, which then just builds up even more. To tell you the truth, sometimes I feel like I'm walking around in a psych ward. It could be like that. It could be like that. It's I the company that I had mentioned earlier that I burned out from is the only company that I've ever worked for where the development staff and the IT staff, the sysadmins and stuff, did not talk to one another. Like there was a huge rift there. And my guess is from just offhand conversations here and there is that before I had joined, there had been a failure, a large failure of some kind, and IT somehow got blamed for it in a way that they felt was unjustified instead of development. And so that created this huge rift. And there was just a lot of nonsense that used to go on there. Like IT spent whatever they could do to make your life miserable, they did. Um, short of making your laptops unusable. But they would do things like require you to have all this documentation up front before they would ever deploy any code. Why was the documentation needed? Because they their justification was, well, if we're going to get blamed, then we want all this documentation up front so we could say that, oh no, this wasn't our fault, it's your fault somehow. Um, if anything even went slightly wrong in a deployment, instead of waiting and letting a developer look at it, they would roll everything back and make everybody come back another day at 3 a.m. to do the deployment again. Even though it might have been something that it might have been just a small configuration thing that had to change. They didn't care. They just said, nope, we're rolling everything back. Screw you. Um, and so um, it was rough in that regard. Um, it was very stressful, and I had a problem at one point where I did the whole documentation thing, and we were having a deployment, and I was there at 3 in the morning, and I tested my stuff, and everything worked fine. And then at 3:30, I get the message, everything's rolling back, and and it's your fault. And I'm like, what? I just tested everything. Everything looked fine. And I tested again, and it wasn't working. I'm like, what the hell is happening? And so I stayed up the rest of the night and into the morning, and um, I finally just figured out what was going on, which is that another group, completely separate from all of us, made an update to one of the pages that I had that was part of my feature, and they called them stealth updates because this group was allowed to just make updates at a whim. But they were stealth updates because they were like, well, these are just small little changes. Oh, it's just a small little change. It doesn't have to go through code review. It doesn't have to go through any review. We'll just do it. And unfortunately, now it was in fact a very small change. Unfortunately, the person who did it didn't understand how source control works. And so what they did was they made their change and they tried to commit it, to source control, and the source control rejected it because it was conflicting with a change that I made. So instead of merging that change with my change, they just overwrote my change. They just said, oh, it's whatever, I'll just overwrite. Boom, done. And so then that broke. So when that stealth update came in at 3:30, after everything had already been deployed and tested and was looking fine, it then broke it again. And then it was and it was my fault. The fault was thrown onto me because, oh, your thing broke. And so now we got to roll everybody back. And they rolled everyone back. So all these projects all got delayed again because of this one thing that wasn't even my fault. It was the fault of the person who didn't understand the basics of source control. And so I figured that out, and I went to my boss and I was like, here's what happened. Please, for all involved, rip them a new one. Thank you. And so that went through, that got fixed. And then the next week around, I had to get back up at 3 a.m. the next week and go through the whole deployment again and test everything again. And then it went through. But yeah, that was the company that I burned out from, because that was the kind of bullshit that they would do. And it was due entirely to the company culture. Once the company culture goes toxic, that's it. Like, you cannot, unless the management team understands and has, understands technology enough to be able to do it and understands how people work, you can't fix that. Like, that's not going to be fixed. And that culture was what was causing a lot of people to just quit after 6 months. It was that culture that was just very toxic, and it was not a good place to work. And eventually it was that culture that destroyed that company. Like, they got bought by eBay. And then the first thing eBay did was cancel all their contracts and switch them all over to a different platform, the ones that all the clients. They basically tossed the software out the window and did something else entirely, and then went and spun that company back off as its own little entity, so that it wouldn't have because it was so toxic, even amongst clients, it was so toxic that eBay didn't want to attach their name to it. So they spun it off as a new company with a new name, so that it wouldn't, no one would know. You know? Now you have to write a program that monitors all your commits. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We make videos like this is we need to teach you some of those MBA circle jerk skills. So here's the first thing you got to learn. So developers tend to be very bad at stress sensing. This isn't just stress management. And a lot of times, what'll happen is the MBA circle jerk will be like, oh, our developers are burnt out. We will get you
I'm only halfway through
mindfulness app. And since you are burnt out, use the app.
Probably bad.
Still come work all weekend. You work 18 hours a day. Come to the meeting because I need to feel important. And when you are done working 65 hours a week, you will go home and do meditation for 30 minutes. Do it on your own time. Don't exercise or anything like that. We'll get you maybe gym membership too. But you do it all on your own time. Right? So we have all these like wellness benefits that oftentimes developers can't really take advantage of. So the first thing that we see with developers is that their ability to sense stress is impaired. So oftentimes what you'll be sort of focused on is like, oh my God, I'm so stressed out. I'm so stressed out. And you don't really pay attention to yourself. And good examples of this are oftentimes things like headaches, muscle tightness, GI upset, not eating well, difficulty with sleeping. These are all of the signs of stress building up. But developers we don't really sort of focus on those, right? So devs don't really think about like, okay, if I'm having headaches and trouble sleeping, this is a problem that needs to be fixed. Instead, the most common thing that developers do, and this is what's really damaging, so really pay attention to this, is that you will try to eliminate the source of your stress. So let's understand this, okay? Let's say I'm stressed out about work and my boss comes to me and says, hey, I need this code finished before Monday morning because we have an update that's going out on Monday morning. And I feel really stressed out about this. What I'm going to do is say, oh my God, this is a ton of work. What is the way that I can fix this? I'm stressed out. I have to grind, whatever. Then you think, okay, what I need to do is just do the work, bang out the work, right? So once the work is gone, then my source of stress disappears entirely. Now I've fixed the problem that is causing me stress. So you double down, you work really hard. Now the problem with this is, once again, if y'all have played Darkest Dungeon, you maybe will understand this. So like sometimes in this game, enemies will do stress damage to you. And when they do stress damage to you, there are kind of two strategies here. One is that you can try to zerg down the enemies that cause stress damage, right? So like if I'm fighting a mob, you can sort of have this like zero healing approach where I'm just going to go all DPS and I'm going to try to destroy the enemy. I'm going to try to grind really hard and finish the task before 3 days of no sleep catches up with me and I fall apart, right? This is the strategy that software developers do. I have this source of stress out there, which is that I have to build this feature. I better build that feature because once I build the feature, then I can relax. But this is analogous to, in a video game, sort of trying to zerg down opponents and not spending turns healing yourself, right? So if we look at...
I'm interested to know what he thinks the other option is. Well, so the first thing you jump to is, well, let me just get this thing done so I could take a breath. It's like, okay. Yeah, that's definitely the first thing I feel. What's the other option? Slow down? Because that's only going to make more stress. Don't do it at all? Well, then I'm just going to get fired. Let's see what he says.
At like video games, what we know from video games is usually the zerging down strategy may work for like one mob. Like if you have one mob left, you can maybe zerg them down without healing. But generally speaking, the right strategy is to not just eliminate the sources of damage, but to spend some turns actually healing yourself. And those are the ones that actually not only perform better, their code adherence is better, their code quality is better, but they tend to do better, get promoted, and all that other good stuff. And this is what we see in our coaching program is when we teach devs those kinds of skills, it's very specific to you and things like that, these people tend to do incredibly well. So the first thing that we have to do is...
So his answer was slow down. Sure. Here's the thing about that. Here's the real world. I had a project given to me and I was the team lead and I had 3 developers and a UI guy. I'm sorry. Well, I was the third developer. So 2 developers plus me and a UI guy. And then I had a bunch of offshore people who were 10 and a half hours ahead of time. So by the time we were done our day, they were just starting their day. Okay. I was given a task to add an add a PayPal checkout to our store. And it was the full-fledged checkout. So it was like you go through the whole steps. And they still wanted our checkout experience, but they wanted it to go through the PayPal stuff. Which at the time, I mean, it's gotten better as far as I know now. At the time, it was a real bear to do. So there was, the company had, and I kid you not, a spreadsheet I had to fill out that would calculate how many hours it would take to do the project based on what classes I would have to change. Now, if you're saying to yourself, that sounds like bullshit, it totally was bullshit. It was one of those things that someone just threw together just to make their manager shut up. They're just like, yeah, here's a spreadsheet. We'll put the number of classes in there and how many lines of code I have to change, and then we'll figure out how many hours it takes and how many people it will take for the hours. So you plug in a number of people you have, and on all the classes you're going to change, and then it spits out a magic number at you. Um, so the magic number it spit out was 3 months. So I gave them the spreadsheet, and I said, spreadsheet says 3 months. I agree with it. And they came back to me and said, that's good. That's good. Yeah. So you got 1 month to do it. And we're not giving you any more people. And yeah, it's going to get done in a month. Now, I didn't know at the time, but apparently it needed to get done in a month because they were selling the company. And as part of the selling of the company, they wanted to have this PayPal integration to kind of sweeten the deal so that the CEO could get even more of a golden parachute out of selling the company. I didn't know this, obviously, but that's why I need to get done in a month. So there was no option to slow down. So I understand what he's saying. He's saying, take some time, take a break, make sure you have a vacation a little bit, just you couldn't. You simply couldn't. Especially with that project, because not knowing that behind the scenes the CEO wanted that. He wanted it done in a month, come hell or high water, and if it didn't get done in a month, heads were going to roll. And thank goodness I got it done in a month. Yeah, yeah. This is where we're getting to unrealistic things. Oh, you just got to slow down a little bit. You just got to take in the sights. You just got to go for a walk. Yeah, good luck.
Is learn how to sense stress. So what are the signs that you are actually burning out? The second thing is to address those problems directly, spend a turn healing yourself instead of just grinding through and trying to zerg down the boss that is this particular task. And this is literally what leads to burnout, because when you zerg down the boss, what happens on Monday? Your boss is not saying, hey, you did a really great job. I think what I'm going to do is talk to the CEO and say, y'all need a break. And we're going to give you a week off. I want you to go to a spa. I want you to go to a yoga class. Take care of yourself. Maybe we're going to get you like a Steam gift card or whatever. Like, just have some fun, relax, you deserve it. That's not what usually happens, right? What usually happens is, yeah, you guys worked really hard, really great job. We've got a meeting on Monday where there's an NBA circle jerk and they want to talk. They want to spend an hour and a half talking about how y'all did such a great job. That's what we're going to do.
No joke. One of the rewards I got for getting something done, like our team, this was a different project, but same company. Our team got something done on time. And we had pulled all kinds of hours. We literally were in the office all night long, all overnight working on it, trying to get this thing done in a crazy timeline. And they gave us gift cards to a restaurant. And I literally said to my boss, I was like, I appreciate the thought, but when the hell am I going to get a moment to go to a restaurant? You just gave me a present that I appreciate. I appreciate the thought, but I'm literally here 24 hours a day. Like, when exactly do you think I'm going to actually get to use this thing? And I can tell you, I never actually did use that card. $100 gift card. Never got a chance to use it.
They're going to give y'all a gift card to fucking Chili's or Denny's or whatever
there
for $25. And
did
then
I hold up a cue card?
Like, I have seen this literally happen to people like software developers, okay? So we have to start by learning how to sense stress. There's another thing that people will oftentimes do, so this is kind of highly specific, where if you look at developers who are burnt out, oftentimes what they will do when they are stressed out about a particular task, this is so terrible, is they will replace it with other kinds of work. So they procrastinate on the task that feels overwhelming because it requires a lot of focus time, and you keep on getting interrupted with like Slack notifications and meetings and things like that. So there's this big feature that you need to dive into and build. And so research shows that what a lot of developers will do to deal with that overwhelming sense of stress is to do easy work. So I know this sounds kind of crazy, but like people will do things like junior code review. I don't even know exactly what that is, but that's what the research shows. So they will sort of like end up dealing with work like in different ways. So they'll do other kinds of small tasks, catch up on emails, but they kind of like they're stressed out about this sort of work, which then is sort of like dealing, it's like dot damage, right? Because you have this big project looming over your head. And then what happens is you end up spending 3 days at the office doing a lot of stuff that isn't actually super important, allows you to procrastinate on the work, but is still work. So this.
Yeah. Or as I like to say, if your documentation, if developers are suddenly turning in all kinds of documentation, you've got a problem. Because no developer likes doing documentation. And if all your developers are doing documentation, it's because you gave them some kind of work that they are freaking the fuck out about.
This is another pattern that I want you all to pay a lot of attention to. So what are the signs of your stress? When you feel stressed out, what are the things that you do to alleviate that stress? Do you grind extra hard? Do you distract yourself with other less important tasks that make you feel good? And this is where you really need to do a lot of introspection to sort of figure out what is going on here. The next thing that we're going to talk about is actually kind of surprising. Y'all are going to hate me for this. There's one thing that if you look at developers that say, my job is stressful or my job is not stressful, there's one variable that separates these two people. And the variable is going to blow your mind. It is how familiar they are with things like the employee handbook and resources provided by HR. So remember that the MBAs that are
bullshit,
circle jerking the wellness stuff. So it turns out, I know it's insane, that not all of these people are idiots. And it turns out that the people in your HR department, some of them are actually really dedicated, especially if you're at a prestigious company and they work really hard. They're the best in their field.
You were going so well. Your thesis was going so well, and then you went off the rails. I'm sure plenty of people have heard this, but I'll say it again. HR is not your friend. HR is there to protect the company, not to protect you.
And literally, there is research that shows that what separates devs who are happy with where they work and unhappy with where they work, one of the biggest variables is awareness of employee benefits. So I know this is crazy. This is going to be super concrete advice. But what I strongly encourage y'all to do is read the employee handbook, go to HR and ask them, hey, I'm feeling kind of like under the crunch, or I'm feeling a little bit burnt out. What resources are available? And I've been on the other side of this, okay? So there are these things called employee assistance programs. I've sort of done some work with EAPs. One of my mentors was huge at the EAP program at Massachusetts General Hospital. So this is like a Harvard Medical School hospital where, you know, all kinds of like prestigious companies would come and seek medical care there, and it's actually provided by their employer. So doing work in addiction psychiatry, you know, if someone has a drinking problem, by the way, there's a bunch of research that shows that another unhealthy method that software developers use to cope with stress is cannabis use. So, you know, you got to kind of get high to decompress and whatever.
But I would say alcoholism more than cannabis use, but okay.
Like, this is where I know it sounds really stupid, but like just read your employee handbook and go talk to HR. And it turns out that there may actually be really good resources at your disposal that you can take advantage of. And sort of going through the HR route, I think can be incredibly helpful. So a lot of people are worried that if I complain to HR or I say, hey, HR, I'm burning out, that like this will give you a red flag. But oftentimes I find that it's the other way around, right? Because like, I don't know if this kind of makes sense, but when you're getting promoted, there's going to be oftentimes an HR professional in there. And the HR professionals are like, they're in this corner where they don't get as much respect as the CTOs and the CFOs and the CMOs, right? They don't get as much
Sometimes I
respect
wonder
as
if
the
this is
CEOs. Like
beautifully
people tend to
scripted
shit on
comedy.
HR.
I'm starting
So
to get
if
that.
people engage with their services, they tend to be really strong advocates for the people who are like, yeah, you know, this person is like really engaged. They came to me. They're really focusing on like being more productive and things like that. They will oftentimes be an advocate for you. And this is one of those really simple EQ skills that if you're
Well, see, and I get that. I get that. Like, I get what you're saying about like people don't understand how many hours you can program straight after smoking. I always go for the old XQC joke, XQC XCD XCD joke, where it's the bomber curve, the level of um, blood alcohol concentration you need to be the most effective at your job. I tend to lean towards that.
you're a software developer and you spend a lot of time on Reddit or your social media of choice, generally speaking, there is pooping on the HR department. But these people can be your allies. And I can assure you that the people who get promoted and the people who tend to do really well are taking advantage of these resources. Now, there is a concern, and I think this is a valid concern, that a lot of these wellness resources are not really designed for your wellness,
They're
but
not.
are your employer's way to extract as much productivity from you as possible. And I've seen this as well in the EAP program when I've done some work there, where like sometimes, you know, employers would come to me with employees and they're like, hey, we want you to patch this person up so that we can send them into the grinder again. Very common in
Yeah.
places like investment banks. So that can happen, and I've seen some really insidious versions of this. So there was one company
is
that was
kicking the can
using,
down
I
the
think,
road.
the Microsoft Viva had cameras that were measuring employees' like facial expressions.
Just the guy who owns an HR department speaks well. Yeah, this to me feels like I feel like I'm watching the every year we have to do like security training, and I feel like I'm watching one of those videos where it's like, oh, what do you do if someone's trying to give you a bribe? Well, you talk to the CEO. What do you do if you get an email that you're not sure about? Well, you just forward it to IT. Yeah, well, what happens when the IT guy you forwarded to opens the damn email and now this hacker has access to the entire network instead of just your computer? Yeah, this is what it feels like. This is what it feels like. It's just like it we've gone from a really good thesis that was grounded in reality to now we're up in like the corporate clouds now.
And posture, and like they were watching you while you work and were feeding all that data into like an AI algorithm to isolate and determine who is burnt out, who's depressed, who's anxious. There's kind of this big data, big brother kind of stuff happening that presumably was being used to try to detect. This is how it was originally labeled. They used this technology to detect early signs of burnout so that employers could intervene and kind of support you in that. So I think there's a lot of good reason why people feel paranoid about a lot of these wellness things, right? And I've seen bad versions of this, which is like, meditate. Here's a subscription to a meditation app. This should just fix the burnout. And now we give ourselves a pat on the back and we give ourselves a promotion. And I get that. But in my overwhelming experience, there is a range of support resources available at work. And the most common thing that I see in software developers is that they're not even aware of it, right? So before you decide ahead of time that HR is crap and your employee handbook is worthless and you have no employee resources, do yourself the favor of like not drinking the Reddit Kool-Aid and like actually take a look at that stuff, because there may be something really useful for you there. So software development is one of the hardest jobs out there, primarily because a lot of people aren't really aware of the stress that they're putting on you. You're put in this situation where you're set up to fail, blamed for the failure, and even if you succeed, people will often demand more for you. This is exacerbated by the fact that software developers oftentimes don't take care of themselves. Their solution to fixing their stress is solving the problem that is creating the stress. But then this can sort of lead to a cumulative build.
So I disagree. Um, I disagree with that statement. I think what's more correct is software developers are trying to fix stress by doing the thing that gives them pleasure, right? Which is they are having fun writing code. They are having fun doing this. They may not be having fun working on the project that they're working on, but they love writing code, right? And so to them, they're going to fix the stress by writing more code. And that's the feedback loop. That's the feedback loop that happens, right? And you know, because one of the classic things that people will say is, well, you have stress, well, uh, go for a walk, go to the gym, go, you know, go touch grass, whatever. And those are fine. They're not necessarily what I would call fun, but they're certainly a distraction, right, from the stress. But they're not really putting the stress. They're not really making the stress go away. They're distracting you from it for a little bit, right? They're actually probably making a little bit more stress because you're taking more time to do the thing you're trying to do. So then other people will say, well, do something that is fun, that de-stresses you. Well, the very thing that de-stresses you is the thing that's giving you stress. You're de-stressed by writing code, but writing code is giving you stress. And it's not the writing of the code that's giving you stress. It's the meeting the unrealistic expectations. It's the constant um, fire drills. It's the constant reprioritization. It's the constant context switching. It's all the other shit around it that's causing you distress. It's not the actual coding. And so they kind of, when you're really stressed out, you bury yourself in your work, and you try to make all that other stuff just go away. And that's when people get really upset and they get really cranky and stuff because they just want everybody to go away so that they could just focus on the one thing that's giving them pleasure, in the hopes that once they get that done, all that other shit will just resolve itself. Um, and it's just, yeah, I he had such a good premise going in. I think he missed the point. I think he missed the underlying issue here.
Buildup of stress. So, what I strongly recommend that you'll do is, first of all, be aware of the signs of your stress. Try to target those directly. And one of the key things that is actually shown is that software developers who try to learn about themselves and wellness by doing things like reading self-help books, watching YouTube videos like this actually does lead to a stress improvement, productivity improvement. So this is great. So like learn about yourself.
Huh. Watching YouTube videos makes me less stressful. Coming from the guy who's making YouTube videos.
Learn about your stress, and then be super careful about zerging down the problem, because that'll probably lead to burnout over time. And the last thing is, I know it sounds crazy, but give HR a chance and read the employee handbook. Hey y'all, hope you enjoyed today's video. We talk about
Okay. I mean, it is what it is. I think he definitely had some, he definitely did some research. He definitely had some excellent points. I think he missed it at the end. And he almost got there. And this is why I wanted to react to this video, because a lot of these videos, like the title of it, like why software devs keep burning out, I see these things come up on YouTube and I'm like, this is going to be some clickbait thing. And they didn't really do any research and they don't really understand, and it'll be a nice comedy moment. I think he's almost there. He's just almost there. But he's missed, I think, the real point. And some of that, I think, is just due to my own lived experience. which is not something you can really convey to someone else who hasn't lived that experience. He's getting secondhand knowledge. A lot of it's good knowledge, but it's not enough to actually hit the root of the issue, I feel like. Um, yeah, read the employee handbook should never be advice. Let me tell you something. Every company I've worked for has had an employee handbook, and that employee handbook has changed in every company I've worked for over time. Nobody knows what the hell's in the employee handbook. Every year they make you sign a thing saying you've read the employee handbook. Nobody's got time to read that shit. Nobody does, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if it's in the employee handbook or not. If someone wants to screw you over, they're going to find a way to screw you over. If HR, if you fail at something so spectacularly or something high profile and a head has to roll, they will find a way to make your head roll. It doesn't matter whether it's in the employee handbook or not. So most people don't bother with it, right? Because they know that, especially in, in Pennsylvania here, like we're an at-will state, right? You can be fired for no reason at all. Your employment is at the benefit is at the pleasure of someone else. Um, so you can also leave for no reason at all. So there's that too. But it's just you know it, that's the way it is. Read the employee handbook one time and it said I had to write this to any invention I came up with. Yeah, I've had to sign one of those. One of the companies I worked for got bought by Oracle, and Oracle came in, and the first thing they had everybody sign was that we own every thought in your mind for the rest of your life, even when you're not employed by us anymore. Now, good luck in enforcing that, but that was the gist of it. They basically said that um, any inventions you come up with, whether you're in our employment or not, from this point forward, we can stake a claim to. Right? IBM tried the same with me. Yeah, and Oracle, yes, does have some lawyers. Yes, um, and so, dude, I would quit. Well, I actually did quit like 2 weeks after they took over, but I was already looking when they took over. Um, because that wasn't the only thing they did. They also went in and started instituting the not invented here syndrome that a lot of these FANG companies have, which is if you're using any third party libraries, well, you got to stop using them. You got to use these things that we hand lovingly grew inside Oracle, whether they're good or not. And that just that was my okay, see ya moment right there. Um, and Yeah, they made all the software developers sign it, and one of them refused, and they fired him on the spot. So yeah, they didn't care whether we were inventors or not. They were just like, you must sign this thing. Um, but like I said, I don't care how high priced their lawyers are, they're not gonna. There's no way they could enforce that. Um, but that being said, I also make sure to use a pseudonym in all my code online. Any code that I do online, it's all under memory leak death, so that they can't find my real name in case they do want to stake a claim to something. This shouldn't be legal, but capitalism. Yep, yep, exactly. I wonder if I bet my computer has gone to bed here. Wait a minute. Do that. I have to lift the lid on it, and let's see if it's back up here. It is. I don't know why. I don't know why KDE keeps changing my wallpaper on me. It's like I had it set, and KDE is like, no, 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 we want to change it. We don't like what you have it set to, and I have to keep changing it back. Let's go here. So yeah, that took a lot longer than I expected. that was a 30-minute video extended to like 3 hours. I was not planning on that. I mean, that just goes to show you. This is why I don't do reaction videos, because it would be that would be my entire life right there. It would just be a 6-hour video that's for a 20-minute video, a 6-hour stream for a 20-minute video. But that one, the YouTube algorithm for whatever reason decided to present that one to me the other day, and like I said, I had started to watch the intro, and I said, oh, you know what? I think I already have thoughts on this, and I want to save this for the stream and just do this. Because it's applicable to what we're working on, and it's applicable to coding and other things. Oh, I should. I wonder if I still have the link to the video here. Let me paste over there. Yeah, I do. Okay. Here's the link to that video, just so that I'm not stealing clicks from another person. So if you would kindly, you could just play it and, like mute your tab or whatever. Just, they put in some effort. They put in some work. They deserve the credit for it and the money for it, if they're getting any money off of it. Cool. Let me bring some music back in. So yeah, I didn't get a whole lot of coding done, but that's all right. I have an idea of what I want to do. I want to try to start refactoring a lot of this stuff and getting it into sort of utilities and things, so I can kind of get so I can wrap my brain around what it is that these things are doing, and I can better see what's going on. So we'll be doing more of that. Next Saturday. What I do want to do is I do definitely want to get some gaming in tonight, a game stream in, but I'm going to need to take a little bit of a break before I do that, and I'll want to start up a new stream and everything. I want to jump into Defiance. Hopefully the servers are up. They were up last I looked, but the Defiance revival is up and running. And I never really played the original Defiance. I played Defiance 2050, but I didn't play the original. So I have it set up on my Linux machine, and got it working there. At least I think it's working. I was able to get to like the character creation and stuff. So I'd like to jump into that tonight and play some of that and see what it's like. Because, like I said, I played 2050, but I didn't play the original, and this is the original redone. So Java GameDev. Yeah, well, this is, I mean, I'm trying to learn Java GameDev. I'm trying. So we'll see. It's mostly me fighting with like Vulkan right now. But like I said earlier, I am encouraged by the fact that I'm not the only one who has struggled to learn Vulkan, as far as coding it. So that gives me a little bit more faith that I'm on the right path. Like if I was the only one doing this who had any kind of problems learning it, then I'd be worried that I'm doing something completely wrong. But the fact that others have had issues means that more than likely I'm actually on the right path. Trying to imagine it. Games integrated into web page. No. I'm just doing regular fat application, regular Java application. So what's interesting about Java now? So obviously everybody knows Minecraft, which is written in Java, or at least the Java edition of Minecraft. But what's interesting about Java now is you can, with the JVM out of the box, you can actually create executables now. And the executable is the JVM itself. Like the JVM will compile itself into an executable and then run your game. So as far as anyone is concerned, like they don't have to worry about downloading Java or anything else. It'll be there packaged with the game, and it'll run immediately. So as far as anyone's concerned, they just have an exe to run, or like a deb file to install or whatever on Linux, and they might not even realize that it's in Java. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to pursue Java with this. The other reason is I'm most familiar with Java. I use Java all the time in my day job. And so I didn't want to have to try to relearn C. Even though I know C, I didn't want to have to relearn it. In addition to learning Vulkan and stuff like that, or even C# or anything like that. I figured let's just focus on learning the game dev stuff. I already know Java really well, so that's one variable I can account for, and then I can just kind of focus on the more the more targeted stuff of like, here's how OpenGL works, here's how Vulkan works, that kind of thing. So, because at the end of the day, like I've said many times, my main goal of this is to learn how these engines are made. And if some kind of game comes out at the other end of this that's actually halfway decent, awesome. But I'm not as concerned about that right now as I am learning how this stuff works. And if a game does come out of the other end of this, it'll be free. Like, I'm not going to make any money off of it. I'm just going to put it out there. So there's that. I'm mostly interested in multiplayer. Any chance it will go that route? I'm not opposed to looking at multiplayer stuff. I know the multiplayer stuff is worlds more difficult. But again, I'm trying to learn. So hey, if I get to that point, which may take me a while, but if I get to that point, yeah, I'll look at multiplayer stuff. I'm particularly interested in the rollback multiplayer stuff that like fighting games do. Not that I'm not trying to make a fighting game, but I'm interested in the concepts of it and how they handle that kind of thing. And and sharding and stuff like that too would be interesting to dig into. Yeah. It's not my initial goal. My initial goal is to have like a single player thing, but I'm not opposed to like starting to look at that stuff too. And when I get to that point, I probably will want to look at that stuff just to know it, So, yeah. Because my original thought when I was thinking about like learning game dev was to do as you were saying earlier, which is I was going to do it in JavaScript, and I was going to use WebGL and make it run in a browser. Because I know other people have done WebGL stuff, but I don't think anyone's really seriously done it as far as game development is concerned. And I just wanted to do it just to do it, because I know JavaScript, and I could still learn the concepts. But I also thought, in the Java world, we already have things like LWJGL and stuff like that, so it makes it a little bit easier for me to focus on the important stuff because I've already got library support. Whereas the WebGL stuff, I'd probably still have to do a lot of hand rolling of things. So you're learning a lot with Unreal Engine. I like to look at new stuff. Yeah. And I had thoughts of looking at Godot and looking at Unreal Engine at some point in the future, but that's way off. Like the problem with me is that because I write code for a living, I get frustrated with things that take that out of my hands. So like Godot and Unreal, yes, there's code that you write in there, but a lot of the major stuff, a lot of the engine stuff is kind of already taken care of for you, and you're just sort of you're plugging things in. And also the other part of that too is I don't really have a great idea. I don't really have a hugely well fleshed out idea of what kind of game I want to do. I have a general idea, but I don't have it's not, there's no design yet. And so I kind of want to, I kind of wanted to focus more on the coding stuff and then worry about the design and stuff once I get to that point. So, whereas if I jumped into Unreal or I jumped into Godot, I kind of really am confronted with it immediately. And if I had a better idea of that stuff and I really wanted to get something done, like I wanted to rapidly develop something, I would definitely be in there. But I'm not in any rush. This is going to take me years to do. easily take me years to do. So AWS Cognito, GraphQL support, multi-threading. Yeah. So GraphQL is an interesting thing. I'm having to deal with that more and more in my day job, which is, I do full stack development. So I might have to start digging into that even just to learn it myself. And AWS Cognito, AWS has that whole, I guess Cognito is the back end for the lumberyard stuff, right? Probably. Because that was the other thing too, is you had the whole Amazon lumberyard, and all that to go. Whole load balancing server, login. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I said my initial foray was just going to be like a single player thing, because multiplayer brings a whole nother layer of stuff into the mix. But it's also kind of the next thing down the line to really dig into once I've got the fundamentals under my belt. So, yep. All right, friends. Like I said, I want to get back on and do some gaming tonight. What I'm probably going to do is take a half an hour to just kind of relax, and I need to stand up and walk around a little bit, get my feet working. And then I'll be back and we'll do some gaming. So I'll probably be back around 10:30 my time, which is about 40 minutes from now, we'll say, probably around that. And I want to fire up some Defiance on Linux and see what we can do. See how it goes. So thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out and putting up with me as I meticulously went through that whole freaking video. I don't do reaction stuff really at all. It felt right to do. If you happen to run across this video on the YouTubes, and you have a like and or a subscribe that you can toss my way, that would be really swell and awesome, and very much appreciate it. I'm not going to raid out because, like I said, I'm going to just be jumping on again in a couple minutes. So I'm just going to say thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. until then, see you bye.
Oopsie.